Okay. The meeting is now being live streamed.
In 86th grade.
The other one grade.
It's amazing because he ended up, he was at the Olympics and someone stole his shoes. And so he had to go get shoes out of the trash can. And 2 shoes that didn't fit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's.
I think he like won the decathlon wearing those.
Photo of him with 2 different shoes.
They were fighting over his body. So I think the tribe wanted him back in Oklahoma. Then the town of Phillip was named after him.
Mhm.
He wanted it. That worked out. I'm sure it's the camera and it's 25 pounds.
Yeah, it's wide angle.
See if I can get this. That's not good. Thanks, everyone. I don't even know if I need to be on the Zoom, do I?
I don't think so. Unless you need to share your screen.
So,
PowerPoints or anything.
no, it's always problematic when I try to do that. You remember when we did I did the presentations for Mille Lacs? All those bells and whistles,
Yeah.
breakout rooms.
Yeah,
and
you worked on them at my house.
sharing videos and yeah. But I have lost all that.
You said that went pretty well though.
It
Yeah.
yeah. Chair, her thing is to tear people down. She first meets them and then later on she could build them up. That's her business practice. She jumped down my throat about something and I was gonna correct what I had said. I was like, oh yes, you're right. You know, I should rephrase that. And apparently the other side. And she's like, please don't because she was on Zoom, so I didn't. I'll let her go. And then she said, this is the best presentation I've ever seen. After like, I thought it was going to be bad. And it turned out to be wonderful comments. She never got to me.
I only ever use Zoom once.
Nels, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Apparently my camera isn't working, but not a big deal if you don't have to look at me. This is a new tablet and I'm just trying to get used to it as well. So as long as you can hear me, I guess we're good. And I can see you and hear you.
Great.
Morning.
Morning.
How we doing?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
Just far enough away?
Yeah, Nels isn't here. He was kind of the reason I was
Oh, okay.
trying to social distance.
And just FYI, the live stream has already started, so.
Okay. All right, I'll be careful what I say.
And Newell, this is my son Elliot.
I'll have to talk to you later, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elliot,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, Newell Louis.
Decided to trade
See the little-
me in for Hawaii.
Right on.
Hawaii.
Over the past
Elliot.
week, are you getting that?
Elliot, what did you do? What did you do wrong to get transferred from Hawaii here?
Oh, I chose. I'm on vacation right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wanted to see some stuff.
Make you appreciate it when you get back.
I'll cover that. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're good?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Bert.
Hey, Robert, Dungok.
Ah,
Oh,
Edge.
Edgy Gigi Jag, no? Had a little bit of a run-in
Edge
with
there, cool there.
had a bit of a run-in with the baggage cart in my hotel room the other night.
I don't mean to do mileage. I live in here.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm gonna try to stay
Yes.
Oh, nice. Do we have,
focused on everything here.
Do you like the meeting
Yes,
materials?
please.
where are you?
Huh?
Where are you?
I'm back in Baltimore. We got in late last night, so I'm trying to rush around, trying to get my stuff together here for the meeting, and just
I expected to see you here, actually.
yeah, well, we were doing some things. My wife got injured up there, and then I got injured in New York. So anyway,
Yeah. And we got, Ezekiel. Dungok.
There's Nels.
Let's figure out his camera.
And Nels?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Can you
How
hear
doing,
me?
Nels? Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we got your video too now.
Yeah, it's coming. Like I said, a new tablet. Still working on it.
Didn't know four, we want to wait for,
I think so, because Rena was gonna be here in person. And Darren, he was at least gonna try to call in, just so
Okay.
we could get a quorum, but I don't know if that's. Also, we looked,
is that, there's Darren.
Darren, oh, there he is, yep, Sam, so
Sam, so we would still need both Sam and
Rena.
Rena. Right?
Yeah, I think the rule is if you have a quorum at the outset, that's all you need, and people can walk right out the door.
Right.
Although I don't
Okay,
recommend
catch you later.
it. Yeah.
Joey's leaving.
So
So you came home from Hawaii.
yep.
And the last week had like been sub-freezing.
Yeah, it got down to 10 degrees in Harrison when I was staying with my grandparents. Oh,
Yeah.
skating on the pond. It's fun.
Nice.
Installed a new floodlight for Grant. That was a miserable job.
Oh, we were outside doing
It's
that.
outside his garage on a ladder,
Oh,
bare hands to do the electrical.
Yeah.
Rough.
That's why they love having him visit,
yes.
him to work.
Get a checklist to make sure you get stuff done.
Yeah, well, I always warn my grandpa, I say, hey, make a list of things you haven't been able to do.
That's awesome.
Take care of it when I get there.
That's really sweet.
His grandfather's super handy and everything, but he's gonna be 91.
Wow.
Wow.
I think he's still driving, right?
Yep, still driving, just got a new license. Still has a commercial license.
How old?
Kidding.
91.
Holy.
Can drive a school bus.
Jeez. 10, that's minus 13, right?
Haven't seen my list yet in my house.
No? Yeah,
It's not too bad.
I saw the collection of plumbing stuff in the
How
kitchen.
was your trip?
It was amazing.
I bet.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it, and it was special to share that with my son and his buddies. It was like me.
Hey, you're more than welcome to come down here to Baltimore and help me get this house on the market. My wife just accepted a job at the Waldorf school there in Rockport. That's what we were doing up there, and while we were supposed to be visiting family, but most of our family was sick.
Oh,
Hmm. That's great about the job. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drop in pay and housing up. Houses cost just as much up there as they do down here. So no, we'll figure it out. But
How far away is Rockport from Baltimore?
uh,
Is that a bad question? Oh.
it's just in miles.
I'll have to look it up. I know it took us a couple days. So yeah. Anyway, so she slipped during that a few times and injured herself
Oh,
but the thing is that school was pretty much trying, they were really making adjustments trying to make it someplace she wanted to work, which she was already impressed with, but again it was down to the salary. But I don't know if anyone here there knows much about the Waldorf schools. They're, I think, a whole heck of a lot better than the public school system. So, but they do. They actually they're trying to loop me in. you know, that's one thing they told my wife is, well, how about your husband? He can, he'd be a good resource for when we teach about the natives. So, okay, here we go. I don't mind.
Two
I
for
don't
one.
mind it. Education, and if it's education coming from our own, with the right materials, then I think that matters. And I know it kind of hits with this one of the topics that we're having here, in Wabanaki studies, the importance behind it. So, I know the school down here, tries to push. My wife, of course, is descendant, but she's not on any tribe or band membership. So
Newell's the chair.
So, Ezekiel, have you heard from Sam at all or no? I'm gonna reach out to him.
I haven't spoken to him this morning. Do you want me to text?
Yeah, if you could, thank you.
He had some family stuff going on, so that's why he didn't make the meeting earlier.
Monday.
Yeah.
Was it Monday?
I know, I can't.
yeah. Seems a long time ago now.
Ever since Christmas, I lost track of the dates.
Yeah. It's a weird time of year.
You gonna go to the game, Bert?
I wish, but isn't it in Texas?
No, Baltimore, the Ravens game.
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
You live in Baltimore?
Oh yeah, that's what I have to. I here I have to wear my Chargers shirt inside because
Oh, Scott.
these people around here get violent and stuff. Hey, how about them Patriots though, huh?
Bob, check away.
I'm not gonna rub any salt there. Just, I'll pass. You beat us
Yeah.
enough times for sure.
Yeah.
Patriots are having a rough time of it.
I was surprised at that, the outcome of that one. I didn't get to watch it, but then I saw the score. I said, "Oh my gosh, it's surprising."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that I'm a Patriots fan, but I don't mind them. It's I expected more, but good for us, for Chargers fans, but sorry, New England. I said, sorry, New England.
We're in Patriot country here.
No, I know. Well,
Just wondering how long we have Darren in terms of how we should shuffle the agenda maybe. The things that need votes, maybe move.
Yeah, Darren, are you gonna be with us for a while or what?
I can be with, whenever. I can be I'm sorry. I can be kind of off and on until noon.
Okay,
I might need to step away at some point. So yeah.
well, we're waiting on Sam and Rena. Possibly, are we gonna have a agenda to vote on, other than the minutes, I guess?
Minutes, and then there's the
One
vote
proposal.
participation in public proceedings policy, and ideally it would be good to ratify the benefits bill because we didn't have enough people.
Okay,
Supposed to have 9 votes in favor, and we had that. I don't think we had a quorum either, did we?
Hmm?
We didn't have a quorum of 9 on Monday.
right.
Sam wasn't on.
Reading that as well.
When I used to work for my tribe 20 years ago, a thing called Indian time was really alive. And then I came back and all of a sudden they started the meetings on time. I was like, oh no. I showed up on time.
Do Hawaii time too.
Oh, yeah.
You have to tell them to be there 30 minutes before you want them there.
Yeah, I used to have my student attorneys, because they have all native students. And I said, yeah, tell them, to get there like an hour ahead because Denver and parking and all that. And then if nothing else, you can just say you want to review the case with them, see if anything new's come up and so on. So yeah, to have that cushion.
Yeah, I always catch flack. People telling me I'm on Indian time all the time. I said, well, actually I am.
My
what
mom was
really,
always the last person there and the last person to drop us off and the last person to pick us up.
So Rena's about 5 minutes out.
Oh, great.
Any word from Sam? Ezekiel?
He says he's at the hospital, but he'll be on. Yeah, so he's going through something. I'm just asking him what's going on.
Okay, geez, if he's in the hospital, doesn't have to get on. We'll have to do without him.
Yeah. Nothing really earth shaking. Yeah, actually, Newell, I hope we can revisit your chat with Jerry Reed. Maybe
Yeah,
I know what to do next.
is there anything we can discuss while we're waiting for a quorum in the meantime?
Rachel got a special invitation from the Wabanaki Alliance to go to an honoring event for John Diefenbacher Crawl.
Oh yeah.
February 5th in Augusta.
these,
A Wednesday, I believe,
Yeah.
Wednesday evening.
I wonder if, because are you in a special group? Are you like an advisor to them or?
I'm part of the coalition.
I'm supposed to be like a member.
There's Sam.
Okay.
hey, welcome, Sam. I hope you're doing okay.
Hello, Sam.
Thanks, but that's my uncle. I'm all good.
we'll just, if we adopt this remote policy, if you have people participating remotely, you're supposed to have a roll call vote when you take a vote. So, you know,
Okay.
Sorry, so you said 3:20 or close. They must have kept you busy.
Yes, I hiked a lot faster than I anticipated. Like, we averaged 17 or 18 miles a day.
a clip.
Wow.
Yep. But yeah, northern Spain is beautiful. I really enjoyed hiking the Camino.
Mhm.
And then had more time afterwards than I anticipated to also visit some of the cities in southern Spain.
And did you know anybody there at all, or just
Nope.
when you got there, you met people?
Yep. Mhm. And the Camino definitely attracts people from around the world, so you meet folks from other countries.
Right. Hey,
Hello.
Morning.
Ida, Sandra,
bench, yellow?
how measure
Right. Now we go.
Like a materials packet.
I believe I have mine.
Okay.
Thank you. Have you started yet, Noel?
No, we're gonna open right now. So 10:19 a.m. I'd like to open up the MITSC meeting, and we'll start with a little honoring, if you would. Hello, Nigel Waskuman. Milinen Pemkiska, Omosuwagan. Naga Kamilinen, Duji Wulin Walk. We go there, you'd Elivitazik, skate comic. Said when we took him on in. Nigel Waskuman. Said when Gazalmanen, Naga we took him on in. Miquid Hamanukana, tell me, Nikani Yalu dated. Only one. Jokemana Yuktag. Commissioners, Pemkiskok, Olewen, Nigel Waskuman, oh. Oh, Olewen. So we have an agenda in front of us. We can, everyone had a chance to look that over. We do have a quorum. Think still, yeah.
Yes, yeah, quick.
And, anybody have any changes or additions to the agenda?
We have a little video clip, just kind of with kind of remembering President Carter,
Okay.
who was, put to rest this week. And someone sent a clip of when he came to Bangor.
Okay.
And Bobcat Gloshin, I think his given name is Francis Sapiel,
Yeah.
asked him a question at the end. And it's just a really interesting exchange. So
Awesome.
I think
Want to add that on?
she can pull that up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna,
Not really anything to vote on.
hopefully this will go okay. I'm gonna turn the mics off in the room. Oh, Bert?
I think before we get started, I think we should introduce.
Oh, Lewin? We could start with you, Robert.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Bert Polchis, one of the commissioners appointed by the Penobscot Nation. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Darren.
Good morning. Liz Peasway. Darren Rankum, also a Penobscot Nation commissioner.
Right. Ezekiel?
Morning, everyone. I'm Zeke Croft McDonald, Commissioner for the Holton Banamasi Indians.
Sam St. John?
Sam St. John, I'm a Holton Band tribal member, along with Zeke.
Lewin? Nels?
Yeah, Nels Kramer, state appointee.
Robert, check away.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Checkaway from Freeport. I'm the other half of the state delegation today.
And Executive Director?
Jill Tompkins, Executive Director of MITSC, Penobscot Nation Tribal Citizen.
Passamaquoddy?
Oh, Lily Wen? Bullis Buzzwell. Good morning. Delivery is Rena Newell. My name is Rena Newell, Beskabuk Adnil. I'm Passamaquoddy. Nujia Anil Sabayak. I'm from Sabayak, and I serve as the representative on the commission from Sabayak. Lily Wen?
Morning, Joey Barnes, I represent Indian Township, Passamaquoddy tribe.
Rachel Bell, I'm the projects coordinator for MITSC.
Great. And we have a guest as well.
I'm Elliot Scheibels. I'm Jill Tompkins' son.
Welcome, Elliot. Newell Louis, Beskabuk Adnil. Nujia Ibaik, Madak Migug Naganegutkuk. Lily Wen Burt. So we're gonna have a short video first.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn off those rooms.
Mr. President, my name is Francis Sappill. I am a Penobscot Indian, full-blooded. I live at Indian Island, Maine. Question: would you veto any attempt by the Congress to abolish the Penobscot and Passamaquoddy Indian land claim suit?
I doubt that I'll face that prospect. I can't imagine the Congress abolishing a lawsuit by statute. I would say yes, I would veto this legislation.
Thank you.
Now, let me add one other thing, because I'm not sure I understand all the meaning of your question. If I felt that the suit had been resolved in a fair way, say based on the settlement that the Indians have already agreed to, then the lawsuit would no longer be necessary. But I would not take away the rights of the Indians that have already been negotiated by short-circuiting the process with federal legislation. Is that what you meant? In other words, if the lawsuit is successfully negotiated and the Indians accept the negotiation, then the lawsuit would no longer be needed. Is that correct? Did I understand your question right?
Would you veto any attempt by the Congress to abolish the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Indian land claim suit?
The answer is yes. I would veto any legislation that would try to resolve the whole Indian claims question just by abolishing your suit. Yes, I would veto that.
Thank you.
Okay, you hear us now? Okay. So we have the agenda. Anybody have any changes for the agenda online on the screens? Looks good? Here in the room?
Yeah.
Looks good. All right, we'll move with it. And then we're going to approve the minutes. I'd like to approve them by asking if anybody has, I wasn't present at the November 8 meeting myself, but anyone have any objections to the September 13th, 2024 meeting minutes or any amendments to those? Any objections? So we'll go ahead and accept those minutes
Need a motion, maybe?
for minute.
Motion to approve.
Thanks. Thank you.
I said no, Bert, sorry. We'll go that way on this one. We can have consensus to agree to accept without having a motion to do that. So, anybody second?
I'll second it.
Joe? September 13th, 2024. Any objections? None? We'll approve those. November 8th, anybody have any additions or changes? Anyone object to those?
Oh, well,
Yes.
could it be noted on that meeting on November 8th that I was absent?
Okay, you were not there either.
I was at a meeting in Bangor.
Well, I was not. Are you listed? Okay.
Do we not post absences?
They are listed, your listed is not there. In the meeting present. We got Robert, Nels, Joseph, Sam, Ezekiel, and
I think you want us to add a line that says.
Yeah, commissioner's absent.
To
okay.
remind everyone she's commissioner.
All right. Sure. Can do that.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay. So done.
Only one?
Uh-huh. So now we got MITSC financial reports and staff reports. Work in progress, grant declaration.
Well, the minutes of the 8th are approved as amended. Is that right?
Yes. With additions by being in the.
Okay. So I need to give you an update on Pat Millar, who's our bookkeeper, but she does a lot in terms of the financial side. And she ended up having to go, she's not been feeling well for about a month and a half. She was dizzy, didn't have much energy. And then I guess it was last weekend or the weekend before last, she wasn't feeling well and they finally decided to take her to the emergency room. And they did a scan and it turned out that she needed a pacemaker. So they took her up to Northern Light. And so they operated on her right away, actually operated on New Year's Day.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was a little scary for her. She was too keen on having that happen, but she's doing better, but she's really not supposed to work for about a month. And she's also not supposed to go upstairs. And I don't know if you remember, our office has a lot of stairs to it. So we're going to be working around that. So the part of the problem is that we use QuickBooks, desktop QuickBooks, and it's on Pat's computer down at the office. So I didn't have a chance to go down there, but also we needed all the passwords and things like that. We had thought about moving to QuickBooks Online so that I would have direct access to it. Because right now she generates the reports and sends them to me and I can check the bank accounts, but not the daily transactions. So while she's out, we will transition to QuickBooks Online and I can get you a more detailed report. So what I did do is I included the bank statements for you. We do have two bank accounts. Machias Savings Bank, which is our general checking account, and we had a savings account there as well. But then when we got the whole state allocation at once, which was $268,000, in addition to all the grant funds that I'll talk about later, it put us over the limit that the FDIC will insure. So that's why we went and got a second bank account. That would seem like it was like the cleanest way to go about that. And then we also were looking at really unhappy with our.
Sorry, same bank, different account.
Different bank, different bank.
Bank.
Yeah, and it's just a savings account for
Machias Savings Bank and
Bangor Savings.
Bangor Savings.
Yeah, so we
Okay, thank
have
you.
3 accounts total now.
Okay, thank you.
So I have, I know that we are in really good shape, on everything. We're not overspent in any way. So pretty flush. And plus we had a surplus carryover that I don't think we have to get into. So when I talk about the grants, you'll see how much extra money that brought in. What that does is that relieves a lot of pressure off the general because I can pay our consultants out of those new grants instead of the regular budget. I think that's about all I have. So I'll get you a financial report as soon as I can, but definitely by the next meeting.
Appreciate that. And all the best to Pat as well.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we did. You all sent her flowers, which she appreciated very much.
Rena?
I just have a question and I appreciate the update, but it just creates a question for me within our systems where we rely on a certain individual. And in this case, there was a medical emergency. So it sounds as though you're going to remedy it by doing an online platform with access yourself. But are there any other situations that are similar in nature that we need to look at so that that situation doesn't happen again or can be avoided?
I don't think so. What do you think, Rachel? I don't.
It would be hard for me to replace you.
Well, thank you for saying that. But yeah, so I think, the important thing is to share passwords. The other thing I would like to do is to set up a network. Because when I started and, so I've inherited some of this, everyone was saving their information to their own laptops. And they wasn't being saved to a central place. So Rafi put in kind of a stopgap to use Google Drive, but it's somewhat cumbersome. So if you type a document, then you have to go to Google Drive and you have to upload it, and it doesn't, constantly keep changes. So it's very cumbersome. And a lot of the information we had in the past isn't in there. So it's only from, I think, Paul, maybe he sent a big bunch of documents, but anything before him is not on this Google Drive. So I'd like to get a real network established for us. And I don't think
So is it Google Drive or?
It's Google Drive right now.
Drive and not the other one you mentioned.
It's not a regular network. Like every other place I work, they've got like a server and everybody can save to it. And it's,
Yes.
we're protected in that. So I'd really like
But they have one out there also that is, Microsoft makes one that like if I worked on it, you would see the changes immediately.
Oh, something called SharePoint?
SharePoint, there you go.
Yeah, not really that, but.
Okay, anyway, I think so Rena, are you thinking something like a written protocol? Like, okay, Pat's out, but Jill will need to still get in and get some reports, whatever, print an invoice or whatever it is. So we need, I think what you're asking is that we need that protocol, that template that says, this is how we'll behave if this happens.
Yeah, just to kind of avoid interruption in service or access to information.
Right.
Yeah, I wanted to switch to the online version, but there are so many complaints about it. It's much more expensive, and they talked about difficulty transferring information. So Pat was really leery about doing it. So we hadn't quite gotten there yet, but this is really moving us in a direction in a hurry. So we will be doing that. So.
Willow?
And then I guess just in terms of like for the bank accounts, I believe, Newell, you have signatory authority, as does Bob. So we do have what they call redundancy. They cover more than just me on that. Any other?
Okay.
We did include
Staff report and work plan progress.
on page 12. I did more for my own organization, is to create a chart of the different grants that we were awarded. I feel a little bit like we're a victim of my own success because this is a lot more work, a lot more new projects. But it will be fine because, some of them are spread over 3 years. So I don't know if you need me to go over in great detail. So the Sewell Foundation, that was the first one that we received, $30,000 for, and that's actually only a 1-year grant, but that's what's paying for the C-Run audiobook. About that later. So I guess I can talk about that now. Which was going along really swimmingly. We have all our narrators lined up. And the problem was, once as they were supposed to go into the recording studio, we had snow and people couldn't get there. The recording studio was in Brewer. So that's going to be rescheduled for later this month. Do you want to say who the narrators are?
Don Neptune Adams and
Dale Lola.
Lola.
They're the two primary ones. And then if you remember the book, there's these pullout quotes from Wabanaki tribal members. So Wayne Toma and then Sue Desiderio, I believe she's Fulton Band. So we wanted Wabanaki voices. And so it was great. They all agreed and it's going really well so far. So that should be coming out. And then the tributaries videos, I think you're familiar with those. Those are on our website. Some of them track C-Run, but I think Rachel and Rafi have ideas to do something different, go in a different direction.
We're trying to have videos that correspond to the different focus areas. So the 5 focus areas.
So do you know what would be next?
Well, we've been in contact. We're beginning to make contact with people to do one focused on Wabanaki language. And kind of connecting language preservation with even biological, like biodiversity. So that's a video that we're hoping to accomplish in the near future. And then we've been making some progress on one called My Ancestors Paddle that's talking about Daryl has taken Sylvester Gabriel, his great grandfather's paddles, and had worked with MIT to create like an exact replica of that. So that story is kind of about
Daryl, last name?
Bridges. Yeah, Daryl Bridges. Sorry.
Daryl Bridges, okay.
So that's sort of about, using really modern technology to help preserve this ancient. So those are some of the stories. And then Jill had suggested doing something on the emerald ash borer.
The thread of the emerald ash borer to the ash and basket making clubs. So I don't know, so that's probably the last, the biggest push we have now is on the videos, because the library enhancement, which Rafi might talk about a little bit, when he shows you the new website. The biggest chunk of that was really straightening up the library, because there was just a lot of stuff that was just kind of thrown in there. It wasn't organized. So we sat down and I'll share it with you, maybe by email, is come up with guidelines, like what kinds of things should be in our library. So, we clear, right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the search function is just wonderful, but then it is broken out by focus areas. So, sometimes you can immediately say, oh, I want to do something with, Wabanaki education. We'll have a feature on that and you can see what the resources are. But the thing is to make sure that we've got everything that's current on the settlement. So any amendments to the implementing act, any cases that have come down, that kind of thing. So we'll have the definitive collection on that.
So that's an online library, right?
Yes, yeah, it is.
Right? So with that in mind, but the paper is still somewhere.
Yes, we have lots of paper.
Okay.
And I have not reconnected because of the holidays with the archivist.
Right.
So that's a spring project. Actually, and that's.
No, I want to make sure that that's not destroyed or anything like that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Even though it's online,
Right.
sometimes it's good to be able to.
We do have a storage locker in Orono for what is not already saved at the University of Maine. So I think a big chunk of the Wabanaki studies curriculum that was developed in the early 2000s are in those boxes. So we want to unify the whole collection and then start to get it straightened out and digitized.
Climate control.
Yeah. There's that. So that's what that Sewell grant is supposed to do. And then the Maine Community Foundation, the Broad Reach Fund. This one was really important one to get for $43,000. It's 2 years, and that's to develop the Wabanaki Cultural Competency Training. That's required by the law, the Tribal State Collaboration Act, which was passed a couple of years ago. And they mandate that the designated people in each of those 16 departments have this training. But then there was no funding for it. And actually it wasn't given to anybody to make sure it happened. So early on, I guess Paul was talking to Jerry Reed, and I'm going to blame Paul and say he signed us up for this. And so I don't know, how he was going to, carry it out. But anyway, so it was clear that we needed some money. So we did get this grant to do that. And we are working with, and we talked last time about working with the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, because we've got individuals there who do this kind of training. So they've got a background in it. I mean, I know quite a bit, in terms of having been an educator myself, but to get that, that perspective and extra pairs of hands to help us. So it kind of sets out the different pieces to how we're going about developing the curriculum. So later on, Ralph from Wabanaki Public Health will be showing you the surveys that he started to develop. And there's questions you think you want them. The one is for non-tribal people, because now they're going to have to work more closely, collaborate with tribal communities and governments. What do they need to know? What do they have questions about? What do they feel uncertain about? So to hopefully get them more comfortable in dealing with the communities, and also to being sensitive. Like what things should they be aware of in terms of traditions, customs, even protocols, that kind of thing.
Language. So one thing I'll just point out is that I'd like to see us use tribal citizen rather than Indians. And I think we discussed this back 2 or 3 years ago within MITSC, where I don't use that term, but that we don't use tribal members, right? That we are tribal citizens.
Okay. And I've started using that myself, but can do that. So when the survey comes up, we'll tell Ralph, change the language on that. And then
Talking about Ralph Kamick?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the survey of tribal members, I think this needs a little more work. So what you'll see is still in early stages. We're going to ask questions like, as you've worked with non-Indians, like what are the things that you think they need to know? Like what are the questions you get, or what are some common misconceptions that need to be changed? So we'll be looking at that. So that survey will, help to inform the curriculum, but we also want to meet on each reservation. We'll have 2 meetings, one early in the process and kind of get the direct community input on what they think needs to be trained and so on, and how to go about doing it. And then once we get toward the end, when it's getting finalized, we will go back to the communities and say, here's what we've come up with. What do you think about this? And then years ago, I was working for the Mashantucket Pequots, and they made us all take this Stephen Covey course called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Anybody heard of that? So one of the things, the principles is to begin with the end in mind. And so that's what this certificate is about, is I thought, well, how will they know that people have taken the training? And so I'd like for them to get, and if you work for the state, it's all about certificates and what's in your personnel file. So thinking about what would we require them to do in order to get the certificate. And then coming up with the curriculum. And I really wanted to have a physical workbook. There is a brown book. I know people have seen it. I can't remember the name of it, but it was about Wabanaki studies. It came out in the 80s and even had like a plastic record in it. And it's been all over the place. And it's a wonderful resource. I can go and just grab it. And so, yeah, see, so, I'm just old school. I'm all about the paper, but I feel like that lives on and travels around and gets shared. So that was something I really wanted to see come out of it, was a workbook. Then we will have a training website where all the information about, what's coming up and the materials themselves. Rafi will be working with us to do that. And then we plan to do 2 trainings, live trainings, and have them videotaped. One of the problems with, this grant is that it's not ongoing. This is not the state didn't set this up to be actually, I don't think they set it up to be, just to be successful from the beginning. You know, I mean, overly critical, but I tend to think of like, how is this gonna happen? So after this grant is over, you know, we won't have the funding to send trainers out. So the videotape hopefully will be at least something. And so that'll be some kind of a webinar course that you can take, because they're gonna constantly be turnover in the state of new employees. The other thing is I don't want to keep this focus narrow to think, you know, bigger. That's not just going to be for state workers, because we do get requests from, you know, just other groups, church groups and, you know, civic organizations. Where can I learn more? And so I would like this training to be available to them as well, to anybody who's not necessarily working in the government. And then that's the other thing, was to maybe find a Wabanaki-led nonprofit to continue with the trainings. Early on, there was some thought that Wabanaki Reach, who I believe had been doing some of these trainings, might actually take the lead on this. But at the time, Maria was the executive director, and she said they were just had too much and they were overwhelmed and they wouldn't take it on. So maybe there needs to be a new nonprofit or another nonprofit, maybe prioritize doing this.
So when we get a chance to meet with Wabanaki Public Health and Ralph and whoever else, one of the things I'm thinking about as you were speaking was that there's a lot of organizations out there now that have like a bank of training videos, right? That you're required to watch every year and answer questions on those, right? And then the questions, if you score less than 100%, you take it again.
Okay.
So, and then those are submitted to the organization. So I think that's something that could be used for that as well. So you want, you know, if you're working for the state, for example, then you are required to take these modules and pass.
Oh, yeah, I neglected to say that one of the things we started off was collecting resources like that.
Yeah.
So, and we have like.
And I know there's companies that do that. I don't remember the names of them, but I know there's a couple that provide organization, and those are more like, workplace safety, that sort of thing. Right.
Yeah. And one of the things is to make it required training for state workers.
Yeah.
So that's another step.
Robert?
Yeah, so, I understand that I think is needed when it comes to the state employees. But one of the big concerns we had in the past, have had in the past, is that of legislators. How can we gear that to educating these legislators that come in, because that changeover, we have to be able to keep up with that, and a lot of the legislators don't necessarily have a clue as well. It's important for us to ensure that they are also educated, so that way they, when they're making their decisions, they can't say, I didn't know.
I got you. And I think Rena probably has a little insight on, do you have like a background when you go into the legislature where they have like what do they call that when you?
Orientation.
Orientation, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's an orientation.
And are you required to do any trainings at all?
There are some.
Okay.
There are.
The legislators, non-tribal?
Yeah, for all.
No, I mean, are they required to do training videos?
Something on the tribal nations, do they emphasize?
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, the Speaker of the House had asked us to do a handbook. So that's on our radar, but.
Yeah, but again, a handbook can just be.
Right, well, but it's also good, that paper, but also these videos would be available.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If you watch the video, like I have to do it for this organization I work for, that I watch this safety video, workplace safety video, then I have to take and answer 3 or 4 questions. So I always score 100, but.
Yeah, I think the idea is that this training would be for, not just state agency people, but legislators
Yeah.
or anyone else.
Right, involved in state government.
So it was mentioned that this training came down from legislation. And was that LD 585 when you're talking about
I think so.
Yeah.
state tribal collaboration?
Yep.
Okay.
It was what they call an unfunded mandate.
Okay.
Like LD 291.
Yeah, yeah, it's a tough, getting the funding to actually make it happen.
Thanks, Bert.
So that's moving along. I mean, I think we're gonna try to get them to move a little faster.
Hey, everyone. Just to share a little information, I guess the Wabanaki Alliance put together something they call the Task Force Explainer, which is just, I guess it's a 2-page document to explain some of the task force recommendations that were listed in the tribal sovereignty bill that has come up again and again. It's just something that's going to be shared with the incoming legislators. That's something. It's just a little 2-page document, but it's something. And I think it could be nice if MITSC did something along those lines as well. I guess the task force recommendations are fairly well covered in that, but there's still a lot more to share.
We do have to present to the Judiciary Committee on the 15th. And so that will be a place where, and it's like, I think we have 20 minutes to present, and then there's 10 minutes for questions. And there's a lot to cover, in just 20 minutes, but we're hoping to provide them, really quick overview. And later I want to ask the commission, like, three things do you think we should highlight in those 20 minutes? But I do plan to, present them with a number of different resources. And that task force explainer is a really good thing. My question was, are they revisiting that bill? Are they they used to call it like the big sovereignty bill? So.
Yeah, I can share a little bit about that. That has been resubmitted this session. That was sponsored by Rachel Talbot Ross.
Okay, thank you.
In its entirety?
Yes, just the full omnibus bill.
Okay.
And we'll see where it goes. Like the efforts in the past, we'll see where it goes.
Right.
Newell?
Yes.
Willie One Ambassador, just to add to the 2-page information sheet from the Wabanaki Alliance, that's available on the website, correct?
I think so, yeah.
I think it made it there. Yeah, and the other thing would be, thank you for speaking to the larger omnibus bill and verifying that indeed Senator Talbot Ross is sponsoring that. Is she also sponsoring the federal beneficial laws bill, Ambassador?
I believe so, yes.
Yes? Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
And to do a legislate, almost like a primer, for them going forward is something we're put on our to-do list. So the third grant is one we received from the Common Council Foundation, Native Voices Rising 2024. And this one was really competitive. So I was almost surprised when we got the call. It's a 3-year grant. And what this came out of was we had been meeting with Tony and Judd about, I don't know if it was it the audiobook? We started just kind of meeting, and
I think we were talking about how to build on the recommendations.
Okay. Forward. Yeah, so that's what that came out, is that there's like 5 recommendations in C-Run. And so it's like, well, what do we do now? So these projects flow from that. So I think we're hoping predominantly that we can use Judd and Tony to do a lot of that work. I was contacted by a Columbia law student, or she's actually graduated from law school. She's working on some kind of advanced degree. So she contacted me before the holidays about that. So she has to kind of come up with her own work plan as well, which this fits into her kind of area of study. So I'll get back to you. So that may be some free help that we get with some of these things. So there's 5 projects altogether. So the first one is looking at really spreading C-Run and the information that's in there so that we could, pay Judd to travel to and appear at the different public events. And so far, I think it's been at the Common Ground Fair. He did a presentation and that's actually on our website. That's a tributaries episode. And I think Tony talks, various places and we just don't hear about them till, after the fact. So, but anyway, it's to do more of those and so we can fund that. And then to work on the Wabanaki education curriculum throughout. So starting with the little ones all the way up through, grad school, I guess. What was interesting to hear was, I don't know if you remember Katie Donlin, who has been sitting in on some of our meetings.
Yes.
University of Colorado. She's a Maine resident, but from University of Colorado. She said that there's already a book group that has been meeting weekly to go through C-Run and to discuss it. And so that was really cool. There was so much interest at the Common Ground Fair on this and people are just really about fish. And so it's really a good time to start bringing this forward. Then one of these issues that I think this is kind of Tony brought to the forefront is that the language in the Settlement Act and actually in state law talks about sustenance as if it's only for one individual or maybe one individual's family. And he would like to be able to put forward the idea that it's really a communal idea, that it's not only it's to support the whole tribe and then to actually be able to do some exchanges. Say somebody has blueberries, in exchange for some fish, that should be okay. So, thinking that maybe doing a research report on showing that this traditionally has been the understanding and that we would need to work on redefining or replacing the word sustenance as it appears in tribal and federal state laws to show that it's more of a communal idea. It's not just one family or one person. See that?
So that's like a buzzword. It has been for a while, right? Sustenance and how that's defined or how you can define it. I don't,
So, and the other thing would be,
I don't think that's ever been settled, has it?
I don't think so. I think I just want to mention what came to mind when you mentioned that, Noel, is that Ed Bassett immediately came to mind when it came to that word sustenance. And it was always conveyed to me from him, in different conversations, to be cautious about words and terminology.
Yes.
And how it's
used.
viewed. Yes, viewed and used and interpreted. Yeah.
How about Zeke? Any other considerations we should have around sustenance?
I'm not sure I can add anything more to that.
Okay.
I kind of
Mr.
wonder.
Ranko?
Oh, sorry. Go.
Sorry. Dr. Ranko, sorry.
Darren he had said to text him if we needed him to join the conversation.
Oh,
because he
okay.
had to step away.
We just see the pretty picture.
Yes.
Thanks, Zeke. Anyone else? On the screen? Check away.
This is oh, sorry. This might derail the conversation a bit, but this topic will likely come up this session. There's been a couple bills that Wabanaki nations are putting forward that specifically deal with maybe the Penobscot Nation representatives here might be able to explain a little bit more about their plan for the bill involving the commercial sales of hunted meat, which sound like a pretty cool objective there. I don't know if Bert or Darren might want to share more about that, but just broadly speaking, that's one of the bills that are.
Sustenance piece, you said may come up more in this session.
Yes, I think it would.
Yeah, that's why I say it's not a settled piece.
And Passamaquoddy is doing something along the commercial fisheries as well. I don't know, Rena or Joey, if you have more information about that.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's my understanding that Representative Dana for Passamaquoddy submitted some bill language around, I think it's fisheries management. Yes. Chief Bassett gave me the title the other day and told me the date that it was submitted, and I can't recall the title. It's a fairly lengthy title. But will you want Ambassador on that? And I want to mention too, when we're talking about fishing, not necessarily sustenance, but fishing, Representative Allison Hepler submitted some legislation, I believe it's LD 44 for this legislative session, and it is around overfishing. So I got hold of that title the other day when the calendar was sent to my email, and I reviewed the calendar from Wednesday's start date, and I saw that title. And so I just made Chief Bassett aware of that particular bill title, but I haven't got into it to kind of investigate what it might mean, and how it would affect us, as tribal citizens utilizing that mechanism or issue.
Yeah, okay, I see that. It's very vague. An act to amend the laws pertaining to overfishing. Is there anything more there?
Yeah, Willie one there, Ambassador Nama. I don't have the content yet. Has it been publicized? I believe it's been referred, it's going to be referred to Marine Resources Committee.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the main.gov website here. Has a little bit of information. I'll read through it.
The only thing that I heard just recently in regard to the overfishing is, it is a concern for a lot of our fishermen, not just the tribal fishermen, but the fishermen as a whole. And it seems like it's something that's probably being pushed by the buyers in that regards, holding the elvers. But that's the only thing I've heard about. Somebody trying to put it in a bill, or something in there to make changes in regard to that. That basically makes it a big hardship on the fishermen.
From just this quick read here and reading the summary, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with quotas or anything that might upset any balances here. It does actually look somewhat helpful, or allows the holder of an elver fishing license to have another license holder empty the fight net when under the direct supervision of the license holder. So the way right now is only the license holder can touch the fight net, which can be a bit tricky. But now someone else can do it for you as long as you're supervising it. That could be helpful.
Oh, good. Willie one?
Yeah, that would be.
Also, some licensing changes as well, but I got to read that.
Is there any reference, Ambassador, in that summary to include the tribal citizens? All license holders? Any language in regards to tribal citizens?
It doesn't look like it, no. This is for everyone.
Okay.
Mr. Chuckaway.
Thank you, Noel. Still on the subject of sustenance. Jill, you may remember, you and I were kind of stumbling through the Micmac Restoration Act that passed without a lot of attention. But we noticed, for example, what am I reading here? Section 7206.3 titled Sustenance Fishing Within Micmac Nation Jurisdiction Land. This one says, subject to another provision and notwithstanding any other provision of state law, the members of the Micmac Nation may take fish for their individual sustenance within the boundaries of the nation. I don't know where that came from, but it looked like somebody is suddenly on to the importance of the word sustenance and tried to corral it there.
Trying to narrow it.
Is that, where are you reading that from, Robert?
That is Title 30, Section 7206, Sub 3.
And that's in the books, or is that something that's going to be proposed?
No, this is the bill that passed last year or 2 years ago. Now the good news is that means if they use individual sustenance in that one statute, we can infer that they meant broader sustenance everywhere else, but I still don't like it.
Good lawyerly analysis there.
Thanks, Bob.
So working on that issue of, what's a different word, they can capture that concept. And we would like to meet with the tribal communities as well and see if they've got some other ideas, because maybe there may be words in your language that would be appropriate.
Be a hot topic.
Okay, so that should be.
Travel.
And then as a kid growing up, I would visit my grandparents and they live right on the Penobscot River. And my grandmother was like, you do not touch the water. You don't go in the water. Never even think about fishing. So I didn't grow up fishing because it was so polluted. That time it was the paper mills. And she made it sound like it would be acid, if you got into it. So
dissolve away.
Right, yeah. So, it didn't smell very good and it was brown. And so I was like, I kind of believed her. So we stayed out of the water. So anyway, grew up not fishing, and the tribes have retained their right to sustenance fishing under the Settlement Act. But what good is a right when you have no clean fish or clean water to fish in? So I wondered if there's ever been an example of where, like particularly maybe in Washington State, where they have reserved treaty fishing rights. And then because it's so polluted that they were able to substitute fishing in some other area. Could we say you have the right to fish in Baxter State Park or, something like that? So I don't know if it was just a thought, because that has value to it, being able to fish.
Yeah.
It's also a cultural impact not to being able to do that. So could we do an exchange or a substitution, until the water's cleaned up or the fish are safe to eat? So it's an idea to look at if that's ever happened. And then this other one is a tribal municipal river. Okay, sorry.
Okay, finish. Okay, Robert?
Yeah, now, in regard to the term, sustenance, subsistence, for quite some time, we've had discussion here within the commission. I know there's several, a lot of the commissioners that are here now. I don't know, you might have been listening in on our conversations, but we did have a whole different body of commissioners. But we had a lot of conversation on sustenance, subsistence, and a lot of it was during, I remember a lot of it was during the, when we were fighting about the Elvers, and other fisheries. But, and one of the things that was constantly brought out was the fact that, sustenance or subsistence, we didn't have a word in our language, in any of our languages regarding that. I think the big thing was trying to, differentiate between, sustenance, subsistence, or commercial fishery. Okay. And I think it would be the same when it comes to, any of, what we would hunt for. This is all a part of our sustenance, subsistence, but the thing is even the trade between the different communities, because some communities didn't have access to, go fishing for certain things, for certain types of fish or hunting for certain animals. And so there was trade, and that is a form of, if you think about it, it's a form of, what do you call it? What's the term? I lost it. But anyway, it's a barter system in a sense, which is the same thing as what when they, buy and sell things. So as I said, we've had a lot of conversation. We might, it might be good to look at the archives and see where we were at with that. It might be a good starting point if we want to bring this discussion forward again.
Yep, yes, Lewin?
It's with that, yeah, there's a research report that's included as one of the projects. The last project under this particular grant is a tribal municipal river restoration and management model. And I believe this came out of Tony talking about work that's being done around, is it the Bagadooch River? Bagadooch River. And so that apparently has been a successful collaboration. Is it Passamaquoddy tribe working on that? So, so kind of looking at that and sort of documenting, what's worked, what needed to be improved, and then could we draft a model ordinance that other municipalities could adopt to, work in collaboration with the tribes and co-manage the fisheries around the dams. So that was something of particular interest to Tony and the work that he's doing. And then the last grant is the smallest grant. It's $45,000 but it's $15,000 a year for 3 years. And this one is to improve our effectiveness in advancing racial justice. So we were seen as an organization that had been doing that. So this was to basically support our ability to operate. So it's unrestricted. We can use it for kind of whatever you want, I guess, that will help you be more effective. But I had just suggested a few things in there. One was for the employee benefits, because that's how you're going to attract and retain your employees. The other one is to develop a document retention policy. And with the archivist, but I wrote the grant before I knew the archivist was volunteering to do that for free. So money that's freed up. And then to digitize documents. And again, the archivist is going to do that. But the last one is to develop a communication strategy, some policies and procedures. One of the things that John Diefenbacher crawls sizing what's going on. And so I think I was just really struck when the Speaker of the House said to us, "What do you do? Like, what are you?" And so, we're not out there very much. And so I did write a little piece on President Carter. I don't know if you're on our listserv, you might have gotten it. But it was kind of like a last minute thing. But I thought, yeah, we're part of the Settlement Act process, so we should say something about it. But there has to be a better way of spreading that. So it would be good to sit down and say, how do we do that? I mean, or has it been better in the past?
Right.
That might be a good use of something. So here's that. And then staff report starts on page 15. And I've covered a lot of this already, so I would just refer you to my written report. The one thing I guess I'd like for maybe Rachel to highlight is the work she's been doing with Living Tides and this new Bay of Fundy, well, it's new, but new Bay of Fundy Connectivity Collaborative Project.
You want me to talk about that now?
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, so there is like a $30 million project called the Bay of Fundy Aquatic Connectivity Project that's currently in the works, that's focused on freshwater river restoration. And And the Living Tides, some of the members of Living Tides, the group I'm part of, and also some members of the Scudic River Keepers attended one of the public meetings about this big project. And we're concerned that the causeway wasn't identified as a major focus of this project. So we actually invited members from the connectivity project to attend a Living Tides meeting to discuss that issue. And it's not clear whether it would be possible to add the causeway to the connectivity project at this point. We're still in conversation about that. And there's actually going to be a big meeting next Wednesday to discuss that further. But it's certainly drawn attention to the causeway as a really important factor in overall connectivity. So I think that's hopefully going to be something that can get funding from another source if this isn't the one. And all of it at least is benefiting, bringing back sea run fish and greater connectivity all in that whole watershed.
Causeways between Sabayak.
Yeah, sorry, the causeway is between Sabayak and Eastport and was originally part of the whole Quaddy Dam project that never went through. Back in I don't know when that began. And
70s?
the causeway actually went in?
Like in 1935.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, right around there.
And I think has really damaged the fisheries and the ecosystem there.
Definitely on the
existence
Half Moon Cove.
of the causeway.
Is that the clam flats?
Oh,
Or that, what
it's
used
like
to
a dead cove now
be?
Yeah. So it's
on the intertidal.
an important thing to address. There was even thoughts of doing a tributaries video on the impact of the causeway and trying to collect some of that in the stories of what it was once like, what it's like now, and why it's important to address that issue. So there's been conversation of that too.
Chris, from Eastport involved in that, Chris Gardner.
I've heard his name brought up as someone who's at least played a role at some point.
Yeah, because we. Project to remove or remediate
Yeah.
the causeway, but it was like, I think it was like $145 million.
He's not part of the current conversation.
I just had a question, Rachel Bell, about who's representing Sabayak at these meetings?
Ralph. Brian Altivator.
Okay.
And I hope I'm not missing other people, but I.
Really well.
One issue I hope the commission will give me some direction on is that the Wabanaki Alliance did invite me to participate in a meeting on the 7th, talking about reviving the Wabanaki Studies Bill. And we were supportive of that, and we submitted both written and oral testimony. So that's coming back, and we think it's a good thing. So, but back in the early 2000s, MITSC stepped forward and did the staffing of for the curriculum and all that. Diana Scully did just enormous amounts of work. So all her written materials still remain. One of the provisions that was stayed in the bill, and I don't even remember it being in the first bill, was that MITSC would staff this new commission, that the Wabanaki Studies Commission. And so my suggestion was, as you can see from everything we're doing, our regular work plus the new grant work, it would just be overwhelming. And it's like almost impossible to do that. And it doesn't seem fair either, because we have the Permanent Commission on Racial and Indigenous and Tribal Populations. They have their own staff. MITSC has its own staff. So this commission should really have its own dedicated staff. So that was what I was suggesting to them. Today's the cloture date, and they're supposed to have their whole bill in according to the revisor of statutes. But so maybe by the close of business today, we can look and see what actually went forward, because we didn't have a follow-up meeting. There was just kind of a Google Doc that was being worked on. So I guess, are you okay with me saying, I don't know.
So we're talking about the bill that didn't pass in the last session, correct?
Mhm.
That got carried forward. Maybe Rena and Zeke know a little bit about that.
I think I'm going to defer to the ambassador on this one. Because, yeah, I'll just defer.
From my understanding, that bill died in appropriations. So it would have to be reattempted this session.
We did work really hard on it.
Right.
Because the ACLU was involved because the study was done in 2021, showing basically all the non-compliance across the state. And from that, kind of the bill came forward. And so we were told as that working group, like, don't ask for any money, don't get a fiscal note. And then the speaker pretty much married the Wabanaki Studies Bill with the African American Studies Bill. And I think she asked for a total of $3 million. And that happened during the work session, which was a little bit of a surprise because it hadn't been any part of our conversations up to that point. So this group said, we'd really like to go alone, not have it partnered with the African American Studies Bill. So we'll see how that goes. But that may be the reason it ended up dying on the appropriations table, because it had a $3 million price tag.
I'm sure that was a big part.
Yeah.
I mean, so like LD 291 is still in statute, right? And so those mandates from that law are still unfunded, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, but they're still in place.
Yeah.
So I think we have to make sure that those are either, considered or reviewed or at least mentioned in the new process.
Yeah, if nothing else, get it on the record that
Yes.
this would be successful if you fund.
So if MITSC was mandated to do that, hosting,
Yeah.
and it's still unfunded. It's still an unfunded mandate to do that.
You'd have to hire a couple
We'd
people.
have to hire,
Open
to find, to,
Yeah.
amend our budget to be able to fit that.
There was another piece in there for MITSC to convene the first meeting of the commission. And I thought that was actually a good thing that we could do, because I wouldn't take a lot of time and effort. And if we didn't convene it, then who would? So I was okay with that. And I said, and then to be on the advisory committee itself, you could have a representative, someone from the commission could serve on that. It's not that we're not supporting the bill and the whole idea of the Wabanaki Studies Program. Just, we can't be the worker bees. Without funding, I mean, if they want to fund us, hire a couple more people, they could do that.
Increase that budget.
Yeah. I think that's it on the grant projects and the staff, and so that was the staff report, I guess.
Okay, so we want to take a break then?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, just a quick question, number 7.
Go ahead. Yep.
Representative Osher did submit your bill?
She did.
She did?
I drafted the language and she said she'd review it, but the revisor of statutes, I asked him because it said it has to be in its proper form. And so I just thought for my own, information, what does a proper form look like? And so I said, I was planning, if I had to submit myself, it would look like this. And he wrote back and he says, good job. So, but that's what she's submitting is probably very close. It's only like one sentence for the benefits bill.
Okay.
Wabanaki Studies bill, though I haven't seen in full.
Okay.
Time would you like? Give a break, would you?
Okay, so what, 5 to 10? I don't know what people need to do.
I think 10 would be good.
10 minutes,
You have to,
break time.
yeah, if you have to. I'm gonna,
11:35.
I'll turn off the room mics, but just remind me to So that audio is now on.
Oh, okay, I see, the green.
Yep.
All right. Welcome back. We're gonna continue on.
So on in the staff report, like pages 2 and 3 are some, challenges and questions to ponder and direction I'm hoping the commission will give me. But I also talked about the fisheries rules, and Bob is really overseeing that. So I wonder, Bob, are you comfortable addressing what we've done so far and where we're at?
Well, I don't want to start from the beginning again, but I think, although it's one of our stated statutory responsibilities to regulate the fishing in the boundary waters, we haven't done it in about 20 years, with the result that basically the whole state has become by default a state fishery. I don't think anybody is aware, any law enforcement people are aware of, brought any violation or enforcement proceedings based on them. People do call up and ask the office from time to time for what the rules are, which is a start. But I thought we almost couldn't do any worse than we've got right now. So we started this project if I can use that word. We have the exclusive authority to regulate fishing in these boundary waters, subject only to the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife's power to complain that we're doing something that interferes with fishing in their waters. But because we don't have really the regulatory framework to develop our own regulations without any outside involvement, I thought it would make sense to start with doing it the way we did it 20 years ago, which is cooperatively, now they call it co-management, working with IF&W. We started, actually it took IF&W 4 to 6 months to get started, but we had I thought, a productive meeting last summer with Joe Overlock and several other people from that department, including Commissioner Camuso. And it was basically pretty agreeable. We went through what are called the general law provisions and the specials. The specials are those regulations which govern particular catch and bag method limits on individual waters. I can't remember now which ones, which specials we had agreement on, but I think Chuck Loring and Joe Overlock were pretty well in agreement on what adjustments might be made there. I think Chris Johnson wanted to check with John Sewell, who was then out fighting fires in the West. Those were other fires, of course. But after that meeting, the native resource managers collaborated a little among themselves and came to the realization that the most important thing they wanted to see was greater protection of the Atlantic salmon. And the vehicle they thought for that would be what's called the S33 code, which in the online and written version of the fishing booklets prohibits the taking of a landlocked salmon over 25 inches on the chance that what looks like a landlock over 25 inches is actually an Atlantic salmon. The two are basically biologically identical. I suppose a resource biologist could tell them apart. Now, the S33 code is already in force in a number of places, but because it affects saltwater fisheries, it's governed not by IF&W, but by the Department of Marine Resources. So we knew that in order to make the jump from dealing with the so-called specials, the individual waterways, to dealing more broadly with the salmon, we would have to involve Department of Marine Resources. Unfortunately, we lost 6 weeks or more when Joe Overlock, who was the fellow at IF&W managing the project for them, has gone off on a new career. He's been replaced by Elizabeth Latty, is a lady I don't know. And he referred us to a fellow I also don't know at Department of Marine Resources. I got that word sort of officially in about mid-December and was encouraged to follow through with those people after the holidays. And Jill, thank you, has put a copy of my opening letter to those people, Laddie and Sean Ledwin at DMR, inviting them into the co-management process. And although it's not in the package for today, I then sent a copy of that letter to our fisheries group, the native resource managers, to let them know that the project hasn't languished. I'm not very optimistic about DMR because I think of them as a more hidebound organization than IF&W. But in the letter, I reminded them that, well, we now have this collaboration statute. The federal government manages resources by co-management. And besides, this is the traditional way, which is the fact, this is the traditional way MITSC has always operated, is by informal cooperation of the resource managers between the state and the tribe. Since we've now got 2 state agencies involved, I don't expect it's going to get any simpler. But I felt them out. We'll see what comes back. We'll see how seriously they want to take the collaboration statute. I think of this whole project now as like restoring an old house. If you've ever done that, you go into the building and you say, okay, this is wrong, this is wrong, there's a crack there. Then you start to do the work and you realize, oh my God, everything needs to be redone. And it's in this one, we've gone into IF&W and started to repair some of the defects there, only to realize that we're tunneling into DMR and we have to make repairs there too. But that's where it stands. The immediate objective is to get DMR back into the process and see where they stand on so-called S33, the rule that says you can't keep any landlocks over 25 inches. I would expect this is going, because it's 2 agencies, it's going to take them a couple of weeks to get their act together to decide where to go next. But that's where it stands now. Oh, and Jill has helpfully included some of the information on what I call the hidden cracks in the system with the mapping of all the state waters. As you might expect, some waters that should be MITSC waters are in the state's book as state waters, and vice versa. They think we control some that we don't. I might also mention that just in the process of meeting with IF&W, and without my asking for it, the state conceded that a body of water called Mary Patouche Pond is under 10 acres and therefore is not subject to state regulation. So that has become tribal water again. Jill has also mentioned that in their books, this is the kind of thing that happens when you don't have enough collaboration. They refer to tribal waters when what they really mean is MITSC waters. Tribal waters are those that are strictly on tribal land. There's another item we've left hanging, which is the so-called heritage waters. The state has a category for waters which have not been stocked artificially for 25 years. I don't know if it's much more than a marketing ploy or whether there's anything more serious to it, but the AG, again, without our even asking for it, has ruled that MITSC, not the state, has the authority to declare whether boundary waters within our jurisdiction are heritage waters or not. I haven't even gotten with the native resource managers to decide whether they want to be included in that, but that's down the list of things to be done. You'll see in the packet that Jill has also included a little bit of information on great ponds, which are defined as bodies of water less than 10 acres in size. If you've noticed, our jurisdiction extends to those ponds, except those which are under 10 acres and completely within Indian territory. And Jill is wondering, well, why the heck does anybody have any right to regulate bodies of water under 10 acres? And it goes back to the colonial ordinance of 16, whatever it was. I don't know that we can get into it very effectively as part of this sort of informal cooperative effort, but it might be a good subject for a legislative change. The original idea of the Great Ponds was it was to take care of the common people when the robber barons were buying up all the land. And it provided that ordinary people had the right to go on any great pond, anything over 10 acres, for fishing and fowling, so that the big landowners couldn't keep everybody from getting their sustenance. Well, the irony now is things have kind of turned around, and the landowners in this regard are the Indian tribes who need the resources for their own sustenance. I wouldn't be averse to seeing an effort made to return the ponds over 10 acres within Indian territory exclusively to Indian sustenance, especially if they're going to try to limit sustenances they have. Jill, do you want to add to that?
No, that's great. You did a great recap. That was the issue. It's just very puzzled, especially I was thinking, tribes have the right to exclude anyone from their reservations or their territories. Yet this Great Ponds law from colonial times allows anybody to tromp in there and start fishing.
For fishing and fowling. That's the same restriction, ordinances they have for intertidal as well. Shoreland. So even if you're a landowner on the shore, if somebody's fishing or fowling, they have a right to be there.
Right. Yes, and if you've read the Jill's correspondence back and forth with Overlock, you can see that even the use of maps now has become so technologically sophisticated that it takes a fairly savvy computer guy just to figure them out. So I think I'm over my depth and head when it comes to that one. We're going to have to rely on the tribal resource managers to go stream by stream and watershed by watershed to identify which waterways we actually want to regulate.
Right. So what do you anticipate a time frame for agreement?
What do I see as a time frame for agreement? Well, first we're going to have to find out when DMR is willing to sit down or at least start writing to us. We need to get anything, if we're going to reach any agreement, it's going to have to be done by about June in order to go through the true administrative process of publishing notice and having notice and comment in time to get rules out for January 1, 2006. So in administrative time, it's going to have to start moving quickly.
Okay, thank you. And tribal citizens or I know you mentioned Chris Johnson and John Sewell. What about Malseet and Mi'kmaq? Are they involved as well?
Oh, let's see. The conveniently enough, Sam St. John is the Malseet representative, right. Okay. And although the Mi'kmaq are not part of this whole 1980 land claims scheme, I have tried to keep them generally aware of our progress. I'm not sure what watersheds they control, although I know they have one pond that is available for fee for license, even to outsiders.
Okay, so Joe, is there, so John is still,
He's a biologist here still.
he's still involved with
Yes.
Township Passamaquoddy?
Yes, he works for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bob. It's picking up speed, so it's been, and it is a shame that Joe Overlock left because he was enormously helpful. He went through all the statutes and he compared the state regulations with what was MITSC had, showed us where the differences were and helped reconcile them. He's the one who followed up on the maps. But if anybody has GIS access, please let me know, because that's what we need to be able to look at the maps that he created for us.
I'll talk to John. I mean, we must be able to access it.
Yeah, sure.
I think we have some equipment upstairs in the planning, so I'll talk to him about that to see if it's something he can do for us.
And by look at that, you saying like print out a map?
Yes. They said they can't send it by email because of the size of it.
Yeah, right, sure.
Because he showed us maps, I think he showed the state lands like in red.
Yeah.
In green, but there was no MITSC lands because they had assumed like tribal lands or MITSC lands. Joking at the time was like, well, we'll show MITSC waters in purple. So we're gonna see what they've done with that.
Okay, I think Eddie Bass as well.
Yeah, I think so in Sabayak as well. I know we don't have anybody in that position right now, multimedia.
Yeah.
Eddie used to do it himself. There wasn't anybody
Oh, okay.
outside of.
Yeah, Eddie.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Eddie just does it.
Just had.
Yeah, no,
access to
yeah.
Equipment.
Yeah, he was able to do stuff
Okay.
that way
Yeah.
through his GSI system. So yeah, I don't know if Ralph's running it or if we call Eddie and have him come back and take a look
Ed
at
could
it.
potentially do it. Ralph's no longer in that position.
Right. And sorry, so Bob, did you have a Penobscot representative as well?
Oh, yes, they're Chuck Loring and Dan McCaw are both in it for the Penobscots.
Chuck Loring and Dan
McCaw.
McCaw. I don't know him, but
And then Penobscot's GIS expert is just retired, unfortunately. Wang,
who's that?
his name is Binky Wang. Been there.
Oh, yes.
I don't, maybe I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but. So
I
I
was
was,
there for 9 years.
what did you, I was sorry to hear that because he was very helpful.
He's not that old. How can he retire?
She just looks youthful. I mean,
Thanks again, Bob.
thank you, that's great.
By the way, I think most of you know I'm going to be traveling the next couple of months. But fortunately, Nels is back to health and Jill is sufficiently aware of what's going on that I don't expect we'll lose coverage because of me. If these people at DMR and IF&W want to keep the project moving, we can do it.
We'll track you down.
And I'm always available.
I wonder if Nels wants to add anything because he's also.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think from my perspective, and it could be a live session or Zoom session. I'm more in favor of live sessions. I think it'd be helpful once again to have the regional fisheries biologists and the tribal biologists sit down and maybe Liz can find somebody from the headquarters in Augusta to take Joe's place to kind of ferry this along and just have another discussion like what happened back in July, I guess. I was unavailable at the time. But I think it'd just be helpful to sit down and just go over with the biologist all the different lakes and ponds and to discuss the S33 as well.
Absolutely. We need fewer administrators and more biologists.
Mhm.
Exactly.
All right. And I don't know if Sam wanted to weigh in or not, if you're available, Sam.
No, Bob summarized it pretty good.
Okay. Lewin,
Oops. We were supposed to break at noon for lunch.
Yeah.
How important that is. But
It might,
How important that is.
might be important for keeping
I probably
the schedule with people, like I know Rafi's on his way and then we have Ralph coming in at a certain time.
Okay, yeah, maybe when we get through the guests, then we can come back, because some of these questions I have for the commission might require some discussion, take some time, so.
which one you talking about now?
What was the plan for lunch?
There's food, we have food available in the
Oh.
kitchen.
We have a,
We could keep going.
well, we have a half-hour break.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we want to do that now?
I think so, yeah, we're pretty,
Yes.
okay, we're 1 minute away from noon.
That's good.
Yeah.
We'll come back at 12:30.
It's no good thing I tore it apart.
Oh, my-
So we're gonna have lunch and we'll be back at 12:30. You're welcome to join us.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the room lights. All right, the microphones are back on.
That's what you say.
Hmm?
The microphones are back on.
Okay.
So Bob can hear us now.
Yeah. How was your lunch, Bob?
Well, I wish I'd had what you had.
I don't know about that. We had hot chips here. We had peppered chips.
You know, the audio seems to be cutting in and out a little bit.
Huh. Don't know why.
It came up earlier that the internet was unstable on the screen.
Right, maybe that's it. Our internet might be a little unstable.
Probably.
So, are you here permanently?
No, I'm just on vacation.
Oh, okay.
I got about 2 weeks.
You didn't move here.
No. I have a house in Connecticut because that's where I was for the last 3 years. I was teaching down there, at the submarine school. And then now I'm on my boat rotation, so I'm back on a submarine out of Pearl Harbor. They're only there temporarily to get repairs, and
Oh, right.
upgrades done, so just a short little,
Something like that, you're not on the ship,
kinda.
kind of.
It sits in a dry dock. It's like Portsmouth Shipyard, where it sits in the dry dock and then I do work on it. I'm not doing the installs. That's all contracted out, but I am like doing all the administrative work behind it. As my,
Some of the living quarters.
no, I rent a house there. Yeah. Yeah, and I still own the house in Connecticut. I just rent that to a friend. Pretty good job. Got to live in because I lived in Guam for 2 years, so I interact with the Chamorro culture a lot.
Hmm.
And now I'm in Hawaii, interacting with that local culture. So it's cool seeing all the different areas.
Hawaii is way ahead of us with language restoration.
Yeah, they have elementary schools. You have 2 options for your kids. You can do a Hawaiian language only school, or you can do an English school.
Wow.
Yeah, they had the advantage of they were almost a sovereign nation up until the hostile takeover by the plantation owners. So it wasn't until the 1900s they started being incorporated. And then also England, when they interacted with the Hawaiians, they did a lot of work to, they didn't have a written language, but England, in order to get them to accept Christianity, helped them create a written language that helped preserve it better. So then they could do their Christian services in Hawaiian. Yeah, they were, I don't know, maybe another term for the president at the time, away from becoming a country when it got taken over.
Hey everyone, this is Zeke. I just wanted to, I have a sleeping baby on my lap, so I'm gonna keep the camera off.
Thanks, Zeke.
You like Pepsi over Coke?
No, there was no Coke.
Oh, okay.
Remember, there was low inventory at that store.
I also wanted to share that I reached out to Molly and to ask about that Wabanaki Alliance event that's happening in February, and she confirmed that all the MITSC commissioners are invited if people want to attend.
Oh, nice.
MITSC staff as well.
Thank you for checking on that.
Yep, she was on the impression that everyone had already been invited, so maybe there was a mistake. But apologies for that oversight. Everyone's invited.
Augusta,
Yes.
February 5th, what date is that? Oh, the week is that?
I think it's a Wednesday evening and it's at a Senator Inn, I believe.
There's an earlier start time on that, right, Zeke? Is it 4:30, Ambassador?
I don't remember. Whatever the invitation says.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Did you empty out Dottie's office?
Give me the keys. I have free reign of everything. That was a mistake she made. She didn't want to come down.
Where's,
I did buy him, so.
Did they say what time that was?
Rachel Bell, I think they were gonna make it a little bit earlier.
okay, yeah, I'm not actually seeing a time.
I think it's 4 to 4:30 start time
Okay.
at the Senator.
Oh, with the senator.
Please.
I have to go now. It was gonna be in the Hall of Flags or something.
No, it's-
All right, so are we ready for MITSC outreach,
Robbie's gonna,
enhancement project?
yes.
oh, I wanted to go back though, Newell. It says time.
You have a question?
Yeah, just finishing up on Jill's
Staff report.
staffing report under questions to ponder. There were some, is there something that the commission needs to respond to there, Jill?
I would appreciate it.
And identifying the challenges, Newell. Just a little bit of update with your conversation with the governor's office back in August. I think it's page 15 and 16. There's decisions to make. At the next meeting, Joe.
Okay, which one are you looking?
That's on page 16. Well, actually, no, you need,
Right, we may need those sooner rather than later,
yeah. I just saw that.
unless that met this meeting.
Yeah.
I was coming at 1.
1:30?
Okay, 1 second.
How much time do we have with you? Do you have to pick anybody up?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, so Rena, you wanted to hear what?
I think there's on pages 15 and 16. If we can go through that real quick. Your time allows for it. Only because I think there's some responses that Jill may be looking for.
Right.
You had mentioned maybe to keep our presenters on schedule, we can circle back to that. Does that make sense?
And have more time at the end, because we've got people scheduled at 1 and 1:30 to come talk to us.
You want to do that? Move it.
Where Rafi was scheduled, we
Consideration.
we're already 10 minutes late, I think, for when Rafi was scheduled.
Oh, yeah, and then we have someone coming in for the semi-quizcentennial.
What?
All right, so we will get back and don't.
Your email, but I didn't get the Zoom links.
Okay, all right.
Are you presenting?
I am. I don't have the Zoom link, so I don't know if I should use.
Oh, it didn't come in?
It didn't come through in that, it wasn't in that email that you sent.
Oh.
It's okay. Thanks for inviting me to join today. Excited to be here to share the work that Rachel and I have been doing to enhance the website, and then also to share the work that Rachel, myself, Jill, and Paul Thibault have been doing on the MITSC library to enhance that.
On the.
The MITSC library.
Okay, right.
You should have it now. I'm sorry. I
Okay, no problem.
forwarded you didn't include the original message.
No problem. So I think I'll start with the homepage. Rachel and I have been working to bring the homepage up to date to reflect the recent refinement of or definition of the MITSC focus areas. And so the new homepage demonstrates those.
We have to speak up a little bit.
The new homepage demonstrates, thank you, Newell,
Okay.
the 5 focus areas. And there are a couple other changes in there, which we'll show you. I noticed on the agenda too, there is the updated brochures, et cetera. And I don't know if we want to cover that as well first while I'm waiting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I talked about that, Jill, and we had passed out the last meeting, so I don't know that that's,
Great,
we don't really have anything new since the last meeting.
excellent, okay. Right, going to. Should be able to share my screen. Okay.
Chance to share. There you go.
There we go. Right, if I can get the Zoom window out of the way. Okay. All right, so here is the existing homepage. And we're lucky to have Rachel for so many reasons, but among those are the fact that Rachel's an amazing photographer. And so we get to use her photos. So this is a photo of Mount Katahdin, and this is on both the existing homepage and the new homepage. So the new homepage looks essentially the same for the first part. The opening hero image is the same. The second section about what is MITSC and the commission meetings are the same. But the new homepage has this new section just giving a brief introduction to the Wabanaki Nations, which is based on a poster that we made to bring to the Common Ground Fair. And my understanding at Common Ground Fair, this poster got a lot of attention. People really liked it. It seemed to serve as a really important educational resource for folks because a lot of people there didn't understand the relationship between the Wabanaki nations and the nations within the nations of the Wabanaki Nation. So this explainer really helped orient people. And so we decided to include that on the website. So this is a new block. And then each of these links goes to a single page that talks about, just gives a brief description of the tribes. The ultimate goal here is to have a page for each tribe, but we didn't want to roll that out hastily. We wanted to take our time to have each of the tribal pages really be developed in partnership with each of the tribes. So that's happening in parallel, but that isn't ready yet. So we just have a very simple description. The news and events section is essentially the same. We've condensed the MITSC tributaries block on our existing homepage. Tributaries it's just a bit larger and takes up more space. And so we just made it a bit shorter and tighter. And then we have this new section for the focus areas, which the existing, soon to be old homepage has these blocks that talk kind of vaguely about these different these different focuses, but they didn't align with the newly defined focus areas. So here we have a block for the focus area of improving the Settlement Act's effectiveness in tribal state relations, which then links to a page that speaks to that in greater detail. The same for education and outreach, natural resource protection, sustaining cultures, and economic and revenue development. So those are all new. And if you'd like, I can click through and give you a quick tour. We're still working on developing the content behind each one of these focus areas, but this is what we have started with here. So there's a summary of the work that MITSC is doing in this focus area, and then a list of the key initiatives that MITSC is working on in these focus areas. And then we bring in content from around the site that has to do with these focus areas. So for the improving government to government relations focus area, we have a tributaries episode where Tony Sutton and Judson Esty Kendall discuss consultation and co-management. So if people are interested in that work, they can watch that video. And then we pull in documents from the library that have to do with the focus area. In this case, improving government to government relations. We bring in the task force recommendations. And then it's pretty old, but at loggerheads is still pretty pertinent.
Referred to.
And then we do the same thing with news and events. So if a news or events item has to do with the focus area, we tag it with that focus area, and then it automatically flows in here to this page. And then at the very bottom, we give people ways to jump off to the other 4 focus areas. So if I click on economic and revenue development, this one is the one with the least amount of content, just because I think it happens to be the one that MITSC is isn't the focus area that we're doing the most on right now. So there's some related news and events. We don't have a tributaries episode that features economic and revenue development yet, but we have some planned. Sustaining cultures, description of this focus area, some key actions, the sustenance tributaries episode, and then some news and events that relate to this area. Natural resources protection, same thing. The fishing rules is tied in here. And education and outreach. So these are all new, and we want to be able to highlight the work that's happening in these 5 key focus areas. We'd love your thoughts, feedback on this part in particular. If there are initiatives or events or news or issues that you think should be on these focus area pages, we would love to hear from the commissioners and attendees. Yeah,
I just have a question. I'm sorry if I missed it. How did you come to break it down to the 5 focus areas? Did you mention that?
The 5 focus areas are something that, Jill, would you speak to that?
Excuse me. When I started to work for MITSC, there's all these different projects. And I thought, well, you know, what is like the common theme or how are they collected? And so it seemed like these were the natural 5 groups. And then our work plan has them in it. And so it's kind of flowed from that.
Okay. I'm just kind of wondering too, I'm just making that connection back to what Ambassador Crofton McDonald mentioned earlier, you know, as far as the Wabanaki Alliance and, you know, posting the 2-pager relating to the, 22 recommendations that come out of that, that work with the Judiciary Committee. And that's why I had that question, do they tie in? Because there's some similarity in your presentation of the website to the focus areas, similar to what the Wabanaki Alliance is trying to do with their website as well, in trying to identify speakers that could speak to those, I think it's 9 focus areas that are coming out of the 22 recommendations from the work with the Judiciary Committee.
Thanks for tying that together.
Yeah.
The focus areas are not entirely separate from because there's all these statutory duties MITSC has as well. So
Yeah.
I listed that.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if you had to go in that direction, come from that direction.
Right. Yeah, it's what captures all those different
Yes.
duties.
Lewin?
Great inquiry, and thank you, Rena. We'll take a closer look at the kind of cross section of 22.
It's all helpful information when it comes to educating.
Yes, absolutely. So after the focus area section of the new homepage, which isn't launched yet, by the way, it's up on the website if you know the URL to get to it. But we were looking to get commissioners' feedback before we go live with it. After the focus areas section, we have a MITSC library section. On the old homepage or the current homepage, we feature items from the library, but we don't have a section that actually speaks to what the MITSC library is. So this block just gives a brief introduction to what the MITSC library is. And then we bring in, right now there's just 2 featured items, C-Run and the fishing rules, but there are over 100 documents in the MITSC library. And we can certainly feature more here. For example, the Wabanaki Studies Report, I think would be a good thing to feature here. We used to have it featured on the homepage, but the existing homepage, these items take up a lot more real estate. You can see the fishing rules is a whole big section, as is C-Run. And we don't want the homepage to go on forever. So we just wanted to tighten that up a bit. We can feature as many library items here as we need to or want to. So again, we look to the commission for your input and recommendations as to items from the library that you think should be highlighted here.
I think it looks great. Didn't you mention earlier, Jill, that there's going to be a connection some of your work tied to that study right there, See Run?
Yeah, those 5 projects, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have a lot
so
happening.
it's like continuation of that. So it's good that you highlighted that. And then it's on your main page anyway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And then after the library block, we have a featured media block. And the idea behind featured media is we're doing a little bit of this already. If there's something that comes up out in the world, for example, a Wabanaki Alliance or another organization, or maybe there's a news story that gets published, seems relevant, pertinent and relevant to the work that MITSC is doing, we try to feature it. Presently, we do that through the news and events section, but there's a lot of work out there in the world that we feel like needs to be elevated by being tied in and highlighted through MITSC and through the MITSC website. So the work of Sunlight Media Collective, they do high quality videos. And so we've created this kind of new container or collection where we can bring in media from other sources to feature here. And that's what featured media is about. So right now, that featured media is this River is Our Relative video from Sunlight Media, but we've talked about including other pieces here, like the Colin Woodard settled pieces, which, there's so many wonderful stories there. And that's it. After that, we have the subscribe to the newsletter block and the footer, which are the same as they have been. So the new items are really featured media, the library, and the focus areas. So that's the new homepage that we've been working on. Any comments, thoughts, recommendations, anything that you think should be on the homepage that?
That looks great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And Rachel and I have been working on this together, and it's been a pleasure working with you, Rachel, and
Likewise.
make a good team.
Yeah, this is my go-to place now if I'm looking for the Settlement Act, but it has all our organizational documents on there too, like our bylaws, the minutes.
So you mentioned earlier, this hasn't been launched yet.
Right. We wanted to present to the commission first and get your input before we go live with this.
What's the timing?
Up to the top of that,
Yes.
And I,
just gonna be questioning about the logo, but I guess that's coming
yeah,
up next.
Yep. That's on the agenda.
Jumping ahead.
yeah.
Yeah.
May I pose a question to this group? I mean, Rafi and I were, and I wanted to ask you this too, Jill, if you and I and whoever else might be presenting to Judiciary Committee next week, and getting eyes on MITSC and what we're doing, Rafi and I were questioning whether it might be a good time to launch the new homepage prior to that, so that what they're seeing is, best it can be.
Commissioners are happy with it.
I think that's a really good point to be made. You should actually add some drama to it, Rachel Bell, and launch it on that day.
Yes.
Into the fire.
It's an excellent resource from what I can see.
Did the, any other commissioners up there have questions, concerns? Yay, nay?
Great
Nell-
work.
Nell, you're the only one I can see. Oh, there's some others.
Oh, he's gone outside.
What is
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, I like it.
hold on. Robert,
I think-
Robert was up first.
No, that's great
Which
work.
one?
Go ahead, Mr. Checkaway.
Yeah, great work.
Oh, okay, thanks. Hey, Robert. The other Robert.
I think it's ready to go. With, I think we should be ready to load it right on there once the strategic timing is there. I don't know what that's going to be, but I like what somebody said just momentarily.
On to today. Nels?
I was very impressed. Although I like the previous one, the ones in existence now, I think this one is very impressive, and I would say go with it. That's my
Right
thought.
on. Holy Ezekiel.
Yeah, I thought it looked great. There was a question I had earlier when I was watching. So the little, historical and background sections of each one of the communities, or maybe I missed it. Was that where'd that come from?
I think I wrote it for the Common Ground Fair, a quick summary, but we wanted to have the tribal commissioners look at it and decide if that's what they want to go with.
Okay, that sounds good.
More extensive.
And offer any
Yeah,
changes you see fit, absolutely.
Right. Is that green one that he's referring to?
So would you like me to share my screen again?
Yeah, he'll bring it back up here, just a second, see.
And Zeke, we intend to roll out a page for each one of the tribes, but we didn't want to do that without working with the tribes to develop that content. So for now, we wanted to just have a short summary, just to help remind people something being better than nothing. But our intention long-term is to build that out. So here we go.
Most of the information in those little summaries are from the tribal web pages themselves.
okay. Yeah, that's what I would suggest. I'm pretty sure each community has a web page specifically devoted to all this stuff anyway.
Yeah, and right now, Zeke, they do link to each one of the tribal websites. So if people want more information, they can click on those links and
Oh, goodness.
open up in a new tab and send people right to the tribal website.
Oh, Passamaquoddy's not good. It's fine.
So
Click on HBMI.
Whoops, there's this nice. Oh,
Oops, something went wrong.
Whose is that one?
that's the Holden Band of Maliseet.
Yeah. Oh, you guys changed your website, correct, Zeke?
No, this is the one.
Oh, okay.
Also, just to be clear, launching this doesn't mean that we're gonna stop working on it. It's like a work in progress that we can continue to build upon, but we feel like the new homepage is by far better than the existing one. So it makes sense to launch it before it's necessarily finished.
Where's the Passamaquoddy tribe link?
So the Passamaquoddy tribe has two.
Oh, okay.
One for each community. And I would like to a link to the Scudic band over on Canadian.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But
Well, Lindsay Blank was there.
Huh?
Joe?
No.
there's the Sabayak.
What'd you say? Namayag.
I heard you.
Sabayag is a mess. Sorry.
And
Sabayag's website
Zibayig.
is supposed to be long.
dude, their securities. Yeah, I'm not sure why the Medaknaguk site isn't coming.
Connection failed.
Oh, we should have a connection failure on Sabayag.
That's not, it's not part of my, or, a MITSC domain, but, anyhow, good questions. And if any of the commissioners, at any time look at the MITSC site and feel like there's something missing or should be added or information that, could be improved, please reach out to Jill or Rachel and we'll work on it.
Ralph Newell mentioned the Passamaquoddy word we have for library. Does that still link to the language portal?
Yes, it does.
Because
Yeah,
can you show that feature?
absolutely.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Go to the MITSC library next. So just to give you a sense, this is the MITSC library as it was before we launched the updated version, which we launched about 2 months ago. So this is the old version, which, when I say old, it's been around since I think, when did we go live with it? In October of 2022, I believe, Rachel?
I think so.
Yeah. So this is the old version and, it has this kind of card format and it just didn't feel like it was a accessible way to get at the content. So with our new version, we worked quite a bit with Paul Tebow and other consultants to help get more content in there. We did a review of what was in there and what was missing, and we've been slowly adding to that. And then we also, Rachel and I undertook a update to the design to make it more visually appealing and also kind of updated the structure of it so that it's more, we tried to make it more of a narrative and storytelling approach, not just a kind of dry, you're in the stacks or looking at the Dewey Decimal card system. So this is the new library. We get a little bit of an introduction. We have a photo of the Jesse Walter Fuchs wax cylinders recording image. We give people a way to search right away. So if someone's looking for something specific, they can just enter, Settlement Act or something like that. And you get search results. And then we have featured items. So the growing list of reasons to amend, C-Run, the summary of the Settlement Act, Wabanaki Studies Law. We have a link to a page where you can view all the items in the library all at once. And I'll take you there just really quickly, not to overwhelm you, but just to show you that now you can see all of the items. There's actually 180 in there. And they're listed out here by publication date. So the newest to oldest. And then if you are looking for something specific, you can start typing in here and it will filter the items based on what you're typing real time. So if you type in Passamaquoddy, you see that there are 10 documents that have Passamaquoddy either in the title or in the categories or keywords. And then you can also sort them by title, by date, by category, or by topic.
Nice.
So this gives you access. So this is more for researchers or folks who are looking to find, search the whole library. That's what this page is about. But going back to the new library page, we then give people a way to dive into these categories. So we have, I believe it's 15 top level categories. And if you click on any one of these categories, you're taken to a new categories page, which we've tried to create in a kind of like timeline format. So it tells the story of how these decisions, this is the court decisions page. So we start with early state court decisions, starting way back in the 1820s. Land claims litigation and post-settlement jurisdiction. And each one of these is its own topic that you can click on and it'll take you to a topic page, which shows you all of the documents in that topic.
Is this where the summaries are that Paul did? If you click on the cases?
Yes. And if you click on any of the individual items in the library, you can see the category it belongs to, the publication date, the topics that we've tagged that item with, a summary, and then you get access to the document itself. Now, items in the library can either be a PDF, a link to another resource, like another website or web page, and then some of the items in the library, we have the actual item right on our website. For example, let's see. I think this might be one. No, this one's a PDF.
So it is somewhat interdependent as well, occasionally.
It is, yeah. Our ultimate goal, so the old library, the old website prior to 2022, it was just a bunch of PDFs. What we're trying to do now is, as much as possible, bring the actual content of the item into the library so it can be viewed right on our website as a web page, which means that it has multiple benefits. One is it's mobile friendly. So if people are on their phones, which nowadays over 50%, I think it's actually over 60% of all web traffic, it comes from a mobile device.
Really?
And I don't know if you've ever tried to open a PDF on your phone, but it can be difficult to read. So by presenting it as a web page natively, it becomes much easier to access on your phone. It also makes it more accessible to search engines. Search engines can catalog and index web pages way more easily than they can catalog and index PDFs. So it raises the visibility of that document, not just to humans, but to the search engines, which then makes it more accessible to people. So let's see, sure if I click through some of these are, sometimes they're available as a PDF, and we also provide a link to the original source. So this is a justia.com page that shows the actual content here.
That's a very painful case.
Yeah, yeah. So we've tried to, to make everything more accessible. So that's the categories. And then we also added this section to the new library page, which shows most recent.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. These are the most recent additions, things that have been added to the library most recently. So the 2023 annual report. We thought it was important to have the Phipps Bounty Proclamation here for historical context. And then finally, we have just a little block that, if people get to the bottom of the page and they haven't found something that interests them, or they haven't found what they're looking for, we say, hey, not finding what you're looking for, please reach out to us. And this sends them to the contact page so that they can get in touch with us. So that's the new library.
Where does that go? Who gets that? I'm looking for a document. Does it go to you or?
That would go to you, I believe. Yeah.
Do you want to show them the link to the language portal?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's.
And then up here, so whenever possible, we don't have, we wish we had the whole MITSC library available in Passamaquoddy and Penobscot and Maliseet languages, but when possible, we bring in the native language, at least for the page title, if possible. So my understanding, Newell, is that this means book place.
Yeah, book house.
Book house. So
How do you pronounce it?
Yeah.
I won't embarrass myself with it. So if you click on this, or if you put your mouse over it, it says Passamaquoddy word. I don't know if you can see that. There's teeny tiny type that says Passamaquoddy word, meaning book house. Click here to hear it pronounced. If you click there in a new tab, it takes you right to the language portal, and you can click and hear how it's pronounced. I have my volume turned off so you can't hear it. So again, if there are any places on the website where there's native language that would be appropriate, please let us know. We've tried to do it in a few places, like the About page. It's a start.
I think we should go through though and provide that definition and link to the portal whenever possible with those words.
Absolutely.
And then people can hear it.
Agreed, yeah. Yeah, so that's a quick tour of the new library. Thoughts, questions, concerns, feedback? Thanks, Newell.
It's awesome.
I thought it looked great when I first saw it, when I was
To work.
interested in the job. And I think the webpage was the biggest push for me. It's like, oh, they look like they got their stuff together.
Nice. Thanks, Jill.
But yeah, this is wonderful.
Anyone else? No. Good?
Good.
Yeah,
I think it's
I
great.
think it looks great. Will
So yeah, we tried to give it a design lift, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done as far as adding content. And Paul Tebow has done a really fantastic job of providing summaries for specific documents in the library, but also for the categories and the topics. These were all written by Paul, these summaries of the different categories. And there are a lot more court decisions, for example, that we need to add here. And that's something I do periodically when.
Who's the host,
Who's the
web host?
for the web host? For our website, it's a company called Webflow.
National?
Oh yeah, they're international. Webflow is a big. This is Webflow.
You haven't had problems with like lag or availability of.
So they're a global, they're a cutting edge company that serves a lot of different, that these are the different companies that they host. And I for years was a front end web developer and refused to use website builders because I know how to do the HTML and CSS. But when Webflow came along, they're a no-code website builder, and it was good enough that I was like, okay, I'll use this. So they have a stamp of approval. It's
Long way from front page, right?
yeah,
Good class.
long way from Dreamweaver front page. Yeah,
It's nice too, because you can log in either as a designer or an editor. So for me, I only log in as an editor because it's a lot more easy to understand. So I can go in and make simple changes, and then Rafi logs in as the designer to do more complex things.
yeah, it's done a great job of allowing non-technical content editors to add new stuff, edit things, remove things, and manage the content without needing to know how to, write an HTML tag or do any technical stuff. So
It's come a long way since I used to sit in the background.
it really hasn't. Rachel can just log in to the website and edit the site as the site. You don't have to go into any kind of, you can go into a kind of back end, but you can just edit it right on the site, which is really nice. Looks like Nels has some input.
No, I just reached up to aim the lamp, but
Oh, sorry, I thought you were doing handouts.
no, sorry about that.
Good thing you're not at an auction.
Yeah, sold.
Yeah,
Is there a link, like some really prominent to the tribe's websites? Is just on that page, because the number one questions I get on the telephone are, I think I'm a tribal member, and what do I, have to show, or can you help me get enrolled? And so I'd like to be able to have it go right to
Yeah,
tribe itself.
right now on our website, before the new homepage goes live, there are links to the tribal websites on our about page.
Okay.
And that seemed like it was too far down. So that's why we thought it was a really good idea to bring Wabanaki Nation's blog right to the homepage with links directly to the tribal websites from there. And then one of the intentions we have for the tribal pages as we develop them are to take those top 5 or 10 requests that you get as a director and put them, have kind of like a frequently asked questions section on each tribal page so people can get the answers to the questions without needing to reach out.
We do keep a log of requests for assistance we get, so we can bring that in sometimes. Sometimes they're very convoluted fact patterns.
Are there any thoughts about the library or documents that you think should be there that aren't there, or any general feedback for the website ideas that y'all have you'd like to see implemented in this year?
You know more once you get in there and
Yeah,
move around.
yeah. Please peruse the site, and if there's any recommendations you have, we're excited to do new things. So. All right. Well, thanks, everyone.
Do you want to
I
talk about?
will say, very impressive, well done. I'm very impressed.
Here.
Thank you.
What about the logo? Sorry.
Yeah. So the logo.
Does the name come first?
Yeah. So in regards to the logo, it seems like there's a kind of primary concern of the name of the commission. We've wondered if it's still appropriate to call this commission the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission, when it's pretty clear, it's been clear for a long time that Indian isn't a word that's really appropriate. So before redoing the logo, I think the question is, do we need to be working on legislation that would change the name? Either just the simplest thing I think would be to drop the word Indian. Just Maine Tribal State Commission would be the simplest path forward. Like Commissioner Burt has input here.
Robert?
Yeah, I think if we want to keep the initials rather than Indian, indigenous, because we are not Indians, we are indigenous.
A great suggestion.
Oh. I think it's a broader conversation though, but. Yes.
Yeah. So that's a broader conversation. And then in terms of the logo itself, we've talked a little bit at prior meetings, remembering specifically at the retreat, we talked about the logo and how the current logo isn't appropriate because, for example, the dream catcher isn't a Wabanaki image. And
that's also arguable as well. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just to say, you know, like a lot of the stuff that they say wasn't here. You know, we were first contact. So a lot of that stuff got removed. Or somebody took it from here and moved west. To protect it. So.
Yeah.
Again, you know, it could be. A broader discussion.
Yeah, I think it would make sense to have a group that's maybe a subset of the commission that comes together around doing the discovery work needed to understand what we're really looking for regarding the logo. And so that would, if I were to recommend a process, it would be to form a group that's people that are interested in working on this, and then set up a meeting schedule so that we can do the discovery work to understand what we're really trying to do here, what imagery would be appropriate, what we're trying to achieve here. And then I would love to see us identify Wabanaki designers to work with, either a designer or a few different designers. And there's a design process that I usually follow for doing brand identity and logo development. So you start out by, doing the discovery, and then from that discovery, writing a creative brief, which you can then give to the designers so that they understand what the scope of the project is, what success looks like. And then typically you have the designer kind of come up with a bunch of different ideas, different directions we could go, and then bring that back to the group, get feedback on those ideas. What do we like about this idea, that idea? They take that feedback, they go back, they do another iteration and come back, present maybe maybe 3 ideas. The first round, they might present, 5 to 10 different ideas. And then by iterating through that process, we get to a logo mark that everyone's happy with, and then we're good.
And so, Commissioner, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just raising the question and making it aware that, we do have those considerations as well.
So am I right in hearing that there's the desire to maybe shift the name of MITSC, which is more of a legislative, would require legislative input and changes. But then there's a graphic design desire to change the logo mark itself, which could be separate from the name of the commission. And that process we could start doing today, or start that soon.
Almost like it needs its own meeting of the whole commission.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's much broader discussion than we could have here, certainly.
Yeah, and I have a lot of tools around doing the brand discovery work. There are workshop exercises that I could guide you through to help do that discovery work around, like, what are the brand attributes? For example, what's the voice that we use? We did a good amount of that. Rachel and Paul and I, before Jill was the director, when we redid the website, we did some of that brand discovery work, and that's documented on our brand guide page. So I can show you what that looks like right now. And I know this isn't the first time you all have seen this. So it looks familiar. But this is our brand guide, which is right on our website, mitsc.org/brand-guide. So we list the mission, and then this is what we came up with in regards to our brand attributes. We did an exercise called the Ikigai exercise to kind of get at our purpose. And Rachel and Paul and I were the folks that did this work that came up with these words. At that time, we really identified that it would be ideal if we could get the input of all the commissioners in this exercise to get a broader group of insights and opinions on this. At the time, we felt like having a more inclusive process would really take more time than we had at that time. So I'm really glad that we're doing this now, because I think this is the moment when we could include more people and more voices in this exercise. But this is what we were able to come up with in a short amount of time. So our purpose, the voice that we come to the world with, the feelings that our people we serve, the people that come to our website and read our marketing materials are left with, the impact that we have, what our kind of organizational culture is, the context of the situation that we're operating in, who our stakeholders are. So that we tried to represent that in a simple, clear way through this diagram. And then on the brand guide, we share our logo in light and dark versions in a horizontal and vertical format. And you can click on these and download them if you need to use them. And we share the color palette that we came up with for the brand identity. These are the colors that we use throughout the website and throughout our marketing materials. And the typography, the fonts that we use, you can download them right here. And then some kind of more just the nuts and bolts of our typography for the website, what the headings are and the sizes and the detail stuff. And then we do share these double curves, images that have been used on the site. So that's what's here presently. But the important part, the thing I really want to share is the purpose section. The workshop exercises that we do during this discovery really looks at these things. And from this, it helps us create that creative brief to be able to work with graphic designers. I don't know if that adds any context to kind of what could be ahead for us.
But before all that happens, the 2024 annual report is due. And so we are going to use a designer this time. I did the 2023 because it was weighing on me and I know we needed to get it done. So I did that one, but we'll use a professional and then follow the brand guide and all that very closely.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone here have any desire to be on a kind of working group for the logo design? Or should we reach out at a later point?
Well, we can, I would say, are there commissioners that are interested in talking about this? Out there on the screen, let's go, let's see, we got Nels.
Excuse me?
Are you interested in sitting on like a subset of, a subset group to overlook the logo and name and all of that information, purpose?
I don't think I have much qualification. I mean, I'd sit, I'd do it, but, I don't know if you really think I'd be useful.
It's up to you. I'm gonna poll everybody, so.
Okay. Well, if you're at the end of the poll, if you're short, I'm in.
I'm always gonna be short.
Commissioner, if it's not the best use of time to poll people now, we can do it.
Yeah.
Rachel and I can facilitate.
Yeah, could you, why don't you just send
Yeah.
something out and ask, and then
Yeah.
that way we can reply with a
Great.
yay or nay. I will yay now.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great.
We look-
Because I think part of that, like I said, that broader discussion, because sometimes people dismiss stuff that's not here now,
Yes.
has never been here. When really it went underground, like our ceremonies were forbidden, they were outlawed. So you couldn't do them. So they went underground. Some of them went west as well. So people say, well, we never had a sweat lodge.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bert has his hand up.
Robert?
I'll volunteer to help out with that as well.
Great.
Excellent. Thanks, Bert.
Yep. And you're doing a good job, by the way.
Thanks, Bert.
They're gonna send something out formally though. so
Yeah, we'll
that's
follow
good.
up. And it looks like Ralph just joined,
Who's Ralph?
our next presenter.
Oh. Mr. Kamick.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So much for coming.
Jill.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I think
Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph.
Yeah.
cultural competency survey update. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Noel. Great to see everybody. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you.
I'll keep MLK in mind.
Sounds good. Yes. I think I remember the position. I think you were in trouble.
I was on the run.
You never know in chess, though. There's always room for,
Yep,
shakeups.
I really just wanted you to follow me.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay,
You too, Joe.
Yeah.
did you want to introduce this or you want to travel, turn it over to Ralph, or what do you want to do?
Does everyone know who Ralph is?
It's your daughter. Pardon?
Thank
Does
you.
everyone know who Ralph is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ralph, do you want, excuse me.
Okay.
You want to do an introduction, just a brief introduction, who you are and
No, they used to come down to the show.
Yeah, I would love to.
not everyone has been fully involved.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so thank you all for having me. Happy to be here. My name is Ralph Kamick. I'm a Lastowig tribal citizen. My family comes from Kings Clear. And I serve as the Director of Research for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And we've been helping Jill and team put together a survey to assess what it would take to get a cultural competency and what sort of the needs are for the state employees, as well as a tribal-based survey that would get sort of the assessment of what tribal members feel in their interactions with the state and state workers. So that's generally how what we've been involved with. Is to try to help develop a survey to get some understanding of where state employees are at when looking at a cultural competency training that would be rolled out at a state level. And I don't know if I spoke exactly right to Jill, so let me know if there's anything I missed there, but I think that's generally what my purpose has been, to help develop this survey.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's not just going to be limited to state employees, but yeah, that's where we're starting.
Right, so develop a template as something we can carry forward. So one thing we did talk about earlier when we looked at something,
The grant.
the grant information was that we wanted, MITSC decided 3 years ago that we would move to tribal citizens rather than tribal members.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you for the correction.
Terminology.
Perfect. Thanks, Newell.
Okay.
I'll make sure to use that.
Yep. So.
Great, so that's who I am.
Okay, and do you know everyone?
I see some familiar faces, but I don't think I know everyone, but I don't want to make you go all around.
Know me
And me?
and Jill, Rachel. Rena, have you met Ralph?
Uh-huh, he just recently presented to the council in Sabayak.
Yeah, you're right, that's
Is
right.
that you back there, Rena? Hi, I couldn't see you back there. Nice to see you.
It's a long room, right?
Yeah, you guys got a long room there.
Joseph Barnes. That sounds funny when I say that.
Yeah, only my mother said.
Sorry, Joey Barnes.
Joey Barnes.
I do too.
Like the mother.
And then on the screen, we have Nell, if you could just raise your hand.
Yep, Nels Kramer, state member.
Mr. C,
Bob Checkaway, state member.
Robert,
Bird Pulchis. Yeah, you're probably another relative.
Ezekiel.
Hey there, I'm having internet problems. Everyone's just kind of frozen. But Zcroft McDonald, Holton Band Mouse, the Indians.
Lewin,
Nice to meet you.
and Sam St. John.
HBMI as well.
Great, awesome. Thanks, Nolan. It's great to great to meet folks I didn't know. Again, happy to be here and be involved with you all in what I think is a great project.
Hey, it's all you now.
All right, yeah. So we're at the update right now is we have an initial draft of the survey for tribal citizens, as well as initially starting with state employees and then kind of going beyond that. I can share that with you all too. I can put that in the chat in just a minute for everyone to take a look at, and I can share it by email as well, so everyone can get time to take a look at it. And the next phase for us would be to kind of finalize that survey, and then move into a piloting phase. Hoping to pilot it with a few folks. Jill and I have kind of come up with a plan on who to look at within kind of both our tribal citizens as well as the state side to get some more input on it. So if we get a pilot going, we can make some revisions to the survey to make sure it's doing what you all want to see out of it. And then from there, we would move into a data collection phase, ideally sometime over I think we talked about the summer, and then moving into fall for getting that information to you all to really begin to utilize to implement the cultural competency trainings and what we need to see or what you all need to see put together for this. So that's kind of the timeline. I'm happy to share it on the screen too if you all want, but it really depends on what you want to see out of this. And I know we have a hybrid approach, or sometimes it can be weird with sharing screens.
Yeah.
I can definitely email it though, certainly. So
Yeah, that would be perfect if we can get an email of that. I think I want to just start with if anybody has any questions specifically about the project. We've introduced it most recently, and I know we've already started behind the 8 ball a little bit, right? We're a little late getting off the ground, but hopefully I know how proficient you are and you'll be able to catch us up.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. I'm happy to try to make sure I get this as quickly as we can with it. But I can run through just a couple of what the questions are asking so you guys can get an idea.
Sure.
It's describing sort of where they're from. So public sector, private sector, nonprofits. It's trying to assess where their interactions with Abenaki citizens and our tribal governments. It's drawing awareness if they're even aware of the Settlement Claims Act. And then also trying to understand what their experience is. So, how much knowledge do they have in working sort of with tribal state relations, as well as tribal culture, people, laws, and history. And after that, it's trying to speak a little bit to what challenges they have seen working with tribal governments, what they feel they need to kind of gain knowledge in these areas, and how they want to receive this information. So it's trying to kind of go through a bunch of different process to really assess where they are now, and then sort of what we could do to make sure that they're informed in a way that is both meaningful as well as actually getting information that they would need to receive in order to interact with tribal nations. I think that's kind of a synopsis of what it looks like.
Right. So and are we going to be also talking to tribal citizens to see what they think might need, what might be needed as well?
Yes, exactly. No, thank you. Yeah, and it's it's a second survey for tribal citizens, and that one is going to speak to their interacting with state government agencies. So it kind of is broad scoping. It could be anything from sort of health and human services, inland fisheries, education, motor vehicles. It's going to rate their experience with the state government agencies, and then it's going to go into sort of how they feel. It's some open-ended responses about what their experience has been, what they feel like respectful government to government relationship looks like, and how we can garner information from what they feel future experiences could, how they could be improved. So that's kind of the tribal citizen survey as well.
Great, great. So one thing I want to just step back a minute. I neglected to introduce Elliot also.
Hello. Great to meet you.
That's Jill's son, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Visiting from Hawaii.
Oh, wow. A little chillier here, huh?
He's Pole, yeah. Thank you. Just wanted to step back and catch myself up.
Yeah, that's great. So that's a general synopsis, and really is trying to give you all a real basis of information so that you can draw from, so that you can make a training program that would, have sort of this information available to you so you can help design it in a way that's both meaningful for state employees and tribal citizens and actually, makes an impact. That is where the way I see it.
Mm-hmm. And did you have anything to add to that, or?
No, we just do have a draft. And I mean, I do have some comments for it. I just didn't have time before this meeting to get back to you, but I will. And
Yeah,
then-
we can connect, Jill, too, and I can make sure that we're good there. And then I can, when we feel it's ready for a first draft, I'm happy to send that out, or whatever we feel is a good way to approach getting it all to you.
Thank you. It's nice to have an expert in this area
Yes.
assisting us.
Yes.
Us winging it.
I don't know if I'll take that nomenclature from me, but thank you. I appreciate it.
I had a question, Noel.
Yes. Rena.
Thank you for the summary. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to learn. So I understand you'll finalize the survey. Gonna send it out as a pilot.
Mhm.
Gonna put it stateside to employees of the state.
I believe so. Yeah, different groups.
So where are representatives and senators in that?
It could be included, yeah, because it was a real preliminary discussion of where to start. Because.
Yeah, I think the wider, the more participation we can get, the better.
I think initially, though, this is just to pilot and see, is the survey working, or are people reading questions and they're not reading them the way we intended them?
Yeah.
So I think that's just a small group for 10, and then broader, it will definitely go to a whole scale of people.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that question is, and Ambassador Crofton McDonald is on as well. He may be able to speak to it. I know through the Wabanaki Alliance, there's usually something that's sent out to representatives on, and it's a kind of a Q&A type of thing, and it comes back. So that's why I asked whether or not, you plan on sending this to, potential, state representatives, senators, anyone who.
Right, and that's why I asked you the question earlier, as to if you had something like that with representative orientation at the state, do they, what do they do? And probably they don't include this.
No,
Right.
no.
Maybe they could.
Right. I think the survey question or the questionnaire that goes out to, potential candidates that are running through the Wabanaki Alliance, just kind of gauges where they are on Wabanaki related issues. And sometimes if they respond, then the Wabanaki Alliance will endorse them. It's a way of kind of putting notice as to where they are, politically when it comes to, tribal related issues down there in Augusta. So that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's going to be a great opportunity to provide information. But at the same time too, when you mention tribal citizens, it would be interesting to learn as well how many tribal citizens are familiar with the land claim settlement? I don't know if you're going to pose that question in it from a different angle, but I'd be interested to learn how many are familiar with the land claim settlement. What I'm learning right now, that I have been learning, is certainly there's a lot of educating that has to take place. And it's not just outside of tribal citizens. It also includes tribal citizens. You know? Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Joey and I were talking before the meeting started about how, he was 12, I think, when the settlement went through and.
He is dropping his age.
Youngster.
Yeah, like my mom didn't really talk to me about it. I don't think she even understood it herself, so.
I followed it. How old was I? If you were 12.
Couple of years old.
I was
56 now. What are you, 60?
Might be interesting to.
I was 14 then. I
sick.
was 14.
All right, if do they even know what MITSC is?
Yeah.
Okay, so a clarification for you, Ralph, also is Ralph's going to help us develop,
Yes.
right, this process and these questionnaires, the final product, et cetera. But I think it's going to be up to us, right, that mandate that we have in order how we're going to roll this out.
Right.
So one of my suggestions earlier, Ralph, when we were talking about the grant was, the educational modules that Wabanaki has for employees. Maybe have one or two of those for this, where any state employee has to take those, watch those videos and be able to answer the questions 100% before they can move on.
Oh, I think I think Selena worked on a little bit of that too. Selena Neptune Bear was doing something along those lines internally too.
And I don't know if we can make that happen, right? Because we can't force the state to roll out things like that to their employees, but certainly that could be a recommendation that is made, right? That in order to get education, you need to take the information in and you need to be able to answer questions about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm happy to help develop it. And then within Wabanaki Public Health, we have infrastructure to do online surveys. So I can put this into an online format so that people can either just, QR code or go to a website and they can just fill it out and we can make it. I think it's pretty simple right now. But again, love edits and feedback on it. I think survey design is never a one-person thing. I think it's always a good collective. And so, getting more input to make sure the survey is doing what you guys want to see out of it is something I'm happy to continue to assist with.
Rachel, do we think we're gonna, the little working group we have, and then we would circulate it to the commissioners and then see if we could get some feedback and see if there's additional questions. And then we would pilot that and then you have to look.
How big of a pilot are we talking, do you think?
What did we talk about?
I think it was like the handful of us in the group were gonna pilot it with
4 people each.
I think like 3 to 4, maybe at most. It doesn't need to be too big. We just want to try to get some feedback on it initially so that it's doing what you guys want to see out of it.
But then when it's time to actually roll out the real survey and get it out there, I mean, I think we would really be grateful for help from commissioners, like getting it out to as wide an audience as
Have to
possible.
be an online thing. Yeah, we even talked about doing a raffle or something to get people to answer it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think incentive is almost necessary.
Yeah. So, yeah, we haven't actually gotten to that part. I don't think it's thought all the way through. Yeah.
Surveys are my worst. It's like, if I look at a survey and it's more than 3 questions on 1 page.
We did talk about that.
Right?
Length.
I'm with you.
A survey with 10 questions on each page is not happening.
Like that WHA annual. I mean, that thing was massive.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah. It's like, dang. Okay. So you think it's going along? We got a good start.
I think, yeah, I think so. We'll get the edits for the survey. I can make the sort of the edits and corrections we need, and then I'll build it into our system so that it's ready and available online. And then we'll pilot it. And then I think we'll get the pilot, make more edits and make sure it's good to go. And you guys are getting what you need out of it. And then I think at that point, it's pretty much ready to go. And my team can help support, analyze the data for reporting as well. And then, yeah, I think, it's not too long of a survey, so it feels pretty good.
Any other concerns? Joe?
No.
No. Nels, did you have any questions at all?
No,
No.
just trying to
Robert?
follow along. What's
Oops,
that?
sorry. Go ahead.
No, just trying to follow along and
Okay.
catch up. I missed the last meeting and
Mr. Checkaway.
My comment would be, when it comes to the list of things you want to present to the Judiciary Committee, this ought to be on the list because this is a big project. They don't even know what's going on. And we put a lot, and others have put a lot of work and thought into this.
Thank you. Sam?
All good here.
All good here.
Oh, all good? Okay, sorry. Ezekiel?
Hey, Newell, hey everyone. I don't know what's going on with my internet. I'm cutting in and out. I heard half of the presentation, unfortunately. But from my understanding, Ralph, you've come to help us put together the cultural competency training, and our first step is to create a survey. The Wabanaki Nations, the citizenship will be answering, and will we see the questions on that survey?
Yes, yeah, and I think that would be my purpose, is to help you develop the survey to get the information to then create the trainings. And yeah, you can definitely see the survey, and we'll get a final draft of that soon, and then I can send that out to this group for review. And I'd love to get edits, get thoughts on it. I think that, again, survey is more of a collective effort. Usually it's always good to get more eyes on a survey as you're creating it. So happy to have all those edits.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry if I'm interrupting someone. It's the
Go ahead, Zeke.
That sounds like a great first step. I think that sounds like a great idea. I'm looking forward to those working on that. Lewin.
Yes, so what we had talked about just a few minutes ago was that he would send out some sample survey questions to
Sounds good.
Rachel and Jill.
Yeah, that's our next step, and then.
Okay, and then those will come to us and we'll take a look at them and add, subtract, divide, or whatever we're gonna do. Add, subtract, comment, yeah. That one. That sound right, Ralph?
That sounds perfect. I'm all for adding, subtracting, whatever you guys think. I'm here to help.
Great.
I think we said no longer than a 2-page survey.
That's true, though. That definitely, I think keeping it briefer is going to be to our advantage.
Yes. More or?
I think we're good with this.
Okay.
But I guess the other thing is that, simultaneously, we are working on the curriculum we had an outline of it and everything. So, we want to get the input, but we also kind of basic fundamental pieces have to be there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ralph, appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Great to see you all. Great to meet some new faces. So yeah, Upchich. Good to see you all.
Hello, Ralph.
Upchich,
Ralph.
Okay. We right on time? Good watch. We are doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're good.
We are now at the United States.
Well, we got 10 minutes. We can talk about something.
Yeah, I don't know if we have information that someone is joining officially.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So might have to wait and see.
Do they want an answer? Does America mean?
Yeah, that's what the The youth are supposed to answer.
Is somebody coming on at 2 o'clock?
We're not,
Possibly, we're not sure.
Okay, you want to talk about those little questions we had on
I think so.
page 13 or whatever it was?
15 maybe?
15, yeah.
But we do have a policy to look at.
We talked about that a little bit already, right? Meetings.
Right, and there is an actual draft amendment to our bylaws that's after this. It was supposed to be after this semi-quincentennial discussion. We can hit that in a little bit.
Where's,
So that's like was supposed to be the last thing today.
okay. All right, so let's move on then from that. What if any should MITSC?
Yeah, I think what I wanted was and I think I'll have to get the language of the bill itself
Okay.
and see, and have WITSIC weigh in on it. I don't think we have the staffing, but let's just say they wanted to fund MITSC to do that.
All right, so the next one is a good one, right? Then the bullet for getting the governor to nominate individuals. So in discussion with Jerry, he loves us, by the way.
No doubt.
He mentions us all by name.
Didn't you get your Christmas gift from him?
He was very, what do you call it? Engaged when I sat and talked with him, because, we talked about the letters from Governor Mills of the nomination process that we they said we sabotaged, ruined, however you want to look at it. But, I also came back and said, listen, well, you're talking, you're putting people in place that are already predisposed to their outlook on tribal relations. I mean, it'd just be like, if I was thinking about a couple of people at Zabayek that I want to put on the commission, right, they would be adversely affected by the state, to the state. Same with township, we probably could find a couple here that might, be commissioners that the state didn't want to have. And we have a couple good people here now, and Mr. Checkaway has been with us for a long time. And, we appreciate having him. And, I think even as tribal commissioners, which I am not, but I think what I hear from them is they're willing and readily able to listen to voices of reason wherever they're coming from, right? And we have to be able to weigh all that. So kind of that's what I was telling him, that, we're more conscientious of commissioners that come forward from this tribal side, just as the state should be more conscientious to the commissioners that they're pushing from the state side as well. And basically said, really, that's, that's not our concern, but they would let us know prior to the confirmation, which was, imminent this last, I don't even remember when that was, back in May, June, somewhere around there. It was pretty late.
Okay. I don't feel like there was a lot of notice between
There
the
wasn't,
time the names came out and the confirmation.
correct, right, so we had very little time to react. As a matter of fact, we had a couple of meetings that were just snap. We had them right back to back because we wanted to talk about, the names that were coming forward. And then, Jill and I wrote a letter, and Jill went down, and then the governor snapped back. So,
But a couple of things is like, what's the point of having a public hearing? Can't say anything. And then it was just something that had never been done before, I guess, that anyone raised concerns about who's being nominated for a commission. But the other thing is that in the end, I think all the commission asked for was a delay.
yes,
So that we could meet with the individuals because, they're online record said one thing. There was articles and positions on legislation. Maybe they had changed their positions. You didn't know. So that's all we really asked for. We didn't ask for their nominations to be withdrawn. The governor did that on her own.
Oh, Andre Jacobs just joined.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, the short of that is that I did have that discussion in his office with him, and we said we would reconvene at some point. And what I would think I should do is go back and maybe just talk with him and see if we can come up with some names on the state side. To add 4 more stateside commissioners. So who's wanting to talk?
I just had a quick question. Quick question. As you consider what you're going to be presenting to the Judiciary Committee next week, would this be something that gets brought up?
I think it will. I think it will get brought up. I mean, there's been quite a little bit of turnover on that committee, but there's certain people who are still there. Is Matt Moonen still the co-chair? He was the one who was most
What's his name?
No, I don't think so.
excited by it. Yeah.
It's somebody else.
Yeah, I think you're
I
right.
think the email you sent out, it's somebody else's name there, not his.
Okay.
Senator Carney and
She was still there, but it was somebody else.
Representative Poole from Falmouth
Yeah, I think.
is the co-chair.
Right. So it would be nice if we had we could say that you met with the governor's senior legal counsel and that they reconvened. Talks have been open.
Hey everyone, I think it's also worth noting that MITSC is not the only ones who have been invited to share in front of the Judiciary Committee. The same invitation went out to the Alliance and the Chiefs, tribal leadership as well. So I mean, in case we're worried it's going to be too dominated by issues like this, hopefully it won't be.
Yeah, because Mullion did testify too.
I wasn't aware of Ambassador, I wasn't aware of the invitation for the Wabanaki Alliance to present to the Judiciary Committee.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, hopefully I didn't get that wrong.
It was a
I'm
public
pretty sure, yeah.
So
No, I think he's referring to presentations next week, Ambassador.
Yes, next Wednesday, correct?
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, I know I was part of the email thread to the Chiefs. I really thought it was the Alliance as well, but I could be wrong about that.
It makes sense to me based on who was presenting last time I participated. I remember the Permanent Commission presenting right before we did. Let's see. Window to Judiciary. Yeah.
So,
No,
yes,
at least a year prior to the nominations being put on the table, we had presented that issue to the governor's office about having somebody, because there was a lot of turnover. We were
Yes.
concerned that. But it took a year before anything was brought out, and like she said, it was quick.
last minute, yes.
So that, I guess that's where I stand. Like, they knew for a year that there were vacancies and didn't move.
And yeah,
I mean, my position, I'm not here representing the state. I represent the tribe. And if they have a problem with that, I really don't care.
and MITSC did, at least through Paul, and you were there, did present names of, individuals that might be, good being
Right.
commissioned, someone with a mediation background and so on.
Yep.
But they didn't want anything that came.
No, right, they don't want our suggestion.
In our defense, I think that was part of the confusion because there was this understanding that those people should be
Neutral.
somewhat neutral and not have a predetermined position. So then when they chose people who had on record predetermined positions, it was confusing.
Right, that came up as well. And then the other thing that came up, well, one thing I mentioned also was that by not having more than two state commissioners, it is kind of crippling to the commission to operate.
Yeah. Or it's kind of,
Who am I looking for? Oh, Robert.
Yeah, so the thing is I mean, we dealt with it with when Paul LePage was in office too. When the state commissioners, a lot of the state commissioners' seats were vacant. Yeah, we kept on trying to push to get those seats filled. And so, but I believe that it was his strategy to undermine, the effectiveness of our commission. And I think that, I also think with Governor Mills, her first attempt, I mean, of course, we have Bob Checkaway, who we've been glad to have on this commission. But I think for the most part, a lot of the commissioners that she appointed, when you think about who they represented, it was more the way I see it. And that's just my personal opinion, is that trying to stack the state side of the commission with all these industry people that would probably slow us down. But that didn't work either, because even with that, we did have commissioners that took the time and actually looked at the work we're doing and what our responsibilities are, and they wound up some of them actually stepped up and did their job as a commissioner, without all that other stuff behind them, what was expected of them, that I believe. Now, I think that her delay in filling the seats is pretty much the same as what Paul LePage did, basically undermining our effectiveness. And I think, I think she should be called on it, personally. But again, that's my own personal view. It's not the view of Penobscot Nation. It's not the view that I expect everybody else to share, but that is my view.
Malone?
And I guess it looks like both are present.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to add something else. The thing is and when we were talking about it, before, as far as, when the process was going through and we had a discussion, I said it then, is that, we can have our views about who these commissioners are. If they wind up coming onto the commission, then as commissioners, we do have the responsibility to do what we can to work with them. And hopefully, I've personally seen some of these commissioners that have come on here change in a lot of their views. So that's something to keep in mind as well, because who are we? In our traditional culture, we're not judges. We give people that benefit of the doubt, if at all possible, with respect, and we try to do that. And I've noticed, and I thank my fellow commissioners for doing so. See, Malone?
Malone? All right, we have our,
Andrea Jacobs, and there's Andrea.
yep.
Hi there, everyone.
Oh,
Thank you, Rachel, and all of you esteemed tribal leaders there, for this opportunity to share with you a little bit today. I'm also joined by my colleague, Shai Science, who's on the line as well. And if it's okay with everyone, change topics, pivot for a few minutes, and to share about an upcoming opportunity for Native youth and for youth across the country called America's Field Trip. And if it's okay, I'd like to share with you a quick presentation. If I can just pull it up here, it'll take me a second. I'm trying to share my screen. I see Shai there. Hi, Shai. Go to my drive here real quick. Hopefully you can all see the screen here. America's Field Trip 2024-2025. And hopefully you see the screen here, a contest overview about America's Field Trip. Well, it's a nationwide student contest. It's sponsored by America 250, and it's the official nonpartisan entity charged by Congress, US Congress, with planning the nation's 250th anniversary in 2026. And you know what I just realized what I should do probably before I even start with that is just to introduce myself briefly. My name is Andre Jacobs. I'm Yupik and Inupiaq from Bethel, Alaska. And I've been with the America 250 team for a little over 3 years now as a part of this. I wanted to help make sure that all of our 574 tribal nations are informed or a part as however they want to be. And so that's why I chose to be a part of this effort. And again, about America's Field Trip, well, it's a contest. It's for youth from grades 3 through 12. And it asks them to share their perspectives on what America means by answering the question, what does America mean to you? And youth will have a chance to earn a once-in-a-lifetime field trip experience at one of different landmarks, iconic landmarks in the country. I'll share more what those are in just a little bit. We'll have 25 first-place awardees from each grade level and their chaperone who will receive airfare and lodging for a 3-day, 2-night field trip to one of these different iconic landmarks. And we'll also have 25 second place awardees from each grade level. And those second place winners will receive a $500 cash award. The teacher associated with the top scoring student submissions will also receive a $1,000 cash award. So America's Field Trip by the numbers. Well, we have more than 2,000 students from 49 states and 3 territories who entered last year with 150 first and second place awardees that represented 44 states with 11 field trips experiences in 7 different states this past summer. And so here's some of the kids that were participants and actually awarded. You can see them there in DC and some out in Yellowstone. And here's some key dates for you. In September of 2024, we opened the contest. And right now we have ongoing outreach to parents, educators, organizations like you, like MITSC. April 16th will be the deadline for submissions. In May, awardees will be announced, and field trips will take place in July of next year. So here's some of the places where students will get to travel next year. They're pretty diverse. Kennedy Space Center down in Florida, Mesa Verde National Park out in Colorado. Some will go to Mount Rushmore National Memorial out in South Dakota. We'll actually have a larger Native footprint out there with some Native guides in South Dakota. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame out in Cleveland. And out in Philadelphia, the Independence National Historical Park are some of the examples of the places for next year's field trips. So you might be wondering, well, what are the requirements for these 3rd through 12th graders? Well, students at each grade level may create artwork that is submitted through a high-res photo, digital drawing, or an essay. Or students from 3rd through 5th grade can submit writing up to 100 words. Middle schoolers up to 250 words. 9th through 12th graders up to 500 words. Entrance must be from the 50 states, DC, or the US territories. First and second place awardees from the previous year, from 2024, are not eligible to enter or win. Students must develop their submissions individually, and entries cannot include any copyrighted materials or names or images of family members or friends. And students must have a teacher or legal guardian submit their entry through the application portal. Here's more on our judging criteria. We have a panel of current and former educators evaluating submissions based on some weighted categories: clarity of idea, student voice, presentation, how well does the student use both their personal and academic experiences to clearly address the question. Do they effectively convey ideas, emotion, or story visually or with words, acknowledging the past or celebrating achievements and possibilities for the future? Does the response offer fresh insight, innovative thinking? So those are criteria for clarity of idea. Student voice, is there a passion in the entry or a point of view that showcases a unique perspective? Presentation, what makes this presentation, this submission content more compelling, fresh, or interesting than other entrants in their grade level category? We also have resources for our educators out there. They're developed in partnership with the worldwide tech leader, Discovery Education. And on our website, we have tools and resources to assist in bringing America's field trip to the classroom. We're using standards-aligned lesson plans and ready-to-use activities that leverage Discovery Ed's platform and provide inspiration. And new for this year is an educator-facing instructional video from Discovery Ed. It's designed to help our teachers align with the contest prompt, what does America mean to you, within some standards-based frameworks. And so for more information about America's Field Trip, you can find out more by visiting america250.org/field trip. So in a nutshell, that's really what I wanted to do today, was to offer this opportunity for our tribal community, our Native students out in Maine, to make sure that they're also a part of this process, make sure that their voice is also heard for America's Field Trip. And that's the reason I was reaching out to you all today, as part of our call to action to please invite Native students in Maine to participate. We'd greatly appreciate that. That's really what I wanted to share with you all today. Bayana, Chakna, thank you all for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate it. I can answer a few questions, but I do have Shai Science, who's my colleague here, if you had any other questions about America's Field Trip or America 250 in general. So Bayana, thank you.
So is this, thank you for that. Appreciate it. So is this continuing on through next year as well? I mean, isn't next year the 250 date?
Yeah, and through 2026.
Yeah.
And I do have Shai on the line. Shai, do you want to answer that question for the gentleman?
Yes. So there'll be the same scholastic competition again next year as well. So this one ends April 14th for field trips to begin in the summer, and then the following year they'll do it for the final year on the 250th.
Okay, thank you.
And it's easily could find it on america250.org for any students who would like to apply, and just answer the question like what America means to you, and then from there they'll be able to select field trips and go on it. It's really cool. We did this last year, and I got to go to the Golden Gate Bridge with some folks.
All right, thank you.
Who chooses the locations? Do the students or does your organization?
Our organization partners with NPS for different sites as well as museums, and the students get to select from like their top 3 choices from like the list that we have. And I believe in the presentation Andre shared, it lists a few of the locations that we have this year, where it's like having like a sleepover at one of the night, like a night at the museum at Washington DC. They're visiting the Alamo in San Antonio, or like Yellowstone National Park, or like the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So there's like a variety of different field trips and experiences students can choose from.
And do the participants get to choose a place or first, second, third choice or something like that?
Yes, they get to list their top choice to the third, and it's kind of just based on the other students, like where they pick, just to like funnel them out evenly as well.
Okay. So, so basically if you had 3,000 students, you wouldn't send them all to Verde National Park?
No,
Right.
no. And I believe for our pilot year, we had 75 winners in total. So they were all split up. So some of the groups are smaller, so it just feels more behind the scenes, where the field trip that I helped staff, there was like 12 students that decided to go to San Francisco. And then I believe the folks that went to like New York, I think there was like 15. And then, so it varies depending on like the students. So I know there was one trip to Alabama and only like 2 students selected that. So it was like a smaller field trip.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a question?
No, is there a reason why there was nothing in New England? And if this is about the Declaration of Independence, wasn't that written in Philadelphia? And seems interesting that that's not on the list of places to go.
Yeah, I think.
Philadelphia is one.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, the Independence National Historic.
Has there been New England student participation?
What's that?
Has there been New England student participation?
Can't hear you.
Has there been any tribal citizens from the New England states participating?
So has there been tribal citizens from Maine that have participated, or do you know that?
I'll have to circle back on who. We don't have the list of winners available right now, but I could see. I think I'll have to go back on our website, but I know Andre like reached out to different states, but also I'll have to circle back and let you know if we had any winners from Maine last year.
Okay. And they've been in contact with you?
Just through this. I was wondering if you have some short little thing that we could circulate on our newsletter, like a short announcement.
I'll put it on our webpage.
Put on
We
Facebook.
could put it as a news item on the website.
You know, we do have promotional materials, and after this call today, I will make sure to follow up with you there, Jill, about that, and Rachel, you as well. Yes, we do have promotional. We have a promotional toolkit. We also have a one-pager that's easily shareable for anyone. That's super easy to distribute. It's just a one-pager, so that'll be helpful as well. So yeah, after this call today, I'll make sure to get that to you both, and that we can disseminate it amongst the Native community in Maine.
Indian education.
Okay, so just one last question for me. So is this for tribal citizens only?
This is for all Americans?
Pardon?
This is for all Americans.
For everyone?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm working specifically to make sure all of our 574 Native nations in this country and state recognized tribes are imperative and a part of it as well.
are aware and can participate.
Exactly. Yep.
So we make sure that that hits the Zebayak barons, the,
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Jill, did you mention mainly in education?
yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
wonderful.
Perfect. So I put in the chat the winners. No winner from Maine just yet. So maybe this coming year will be the lucky time. But we did receive submissions from many states. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had some submissions from Maine as well. Just didn't get the final.
We'll, we'll up those chances by getting people.
Yes.
Find some people to push.
All right. Any other questions? Anyone online? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Yeah.
your time and energy.
Thank you so much, Bayana Chuknuk. Thank you all.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Take care.
Aptich. Looking to adjourn. Oh.
I know, I realized, I think I put 10 to 2. website.
For the last one, I think we did 10-3 because we felt like we had so many things to get through and make decisions on.
So did you have something you want us to vote on?
Just some direction on,
And if you did, where is it?
yeah, like what are the next steps for getting the governor? Like, do you plan to meet with Jerry?
I will, and be in contact with him and I'll keep you up to date as. Actually, I'll include them as well.
And then, we need the remote participation policy was the last thing. And then I guess, and then maybe the 3 issues, some of the things have come up that we should present to the Judiciary Committee. And the even bigger question is if you want to present to the Judiciary Committee.
Yeah, on Wednesday, I'm not prepared for that.
So. I think we didn't get that much notice ourselves, but.
Will you be attending, Noel?
I will not, no.
So what should we emphasize to the committee?
Where are we going here?
I'm on.
I saw a resolution in the pack. There is not?
Not for that.
I think more than likely you're going to speak about the work plan, correct?
Yeah, probably our focus areas in the work plan.
I think certainly communications is good. Launching of the website, minor detail, but it's very informational and educational.
How much background should we give them? Like, should we assume they know about the Land Claims and the Settlement Act?
No.
Or should we do a 1-paragraph summary?
Tight 1 paragraph.
No, that's a really good question because I think Paul Tebow, you may have some in the room that know about it.
Right.
You may have others that have never heard of it. So I remember I watched, I think, Paul Tebow's PowerPoint presentation when he presented back in, was it 1819, I think, maybe? And yeah, it went over the land claim settlement.
Back in 1819. Al presented.
What? 2018, 2019, I think it was. Yeah. That's a good question, but yeah.
Yeah, because that was what was eye-opening at the Common Ground Fair, is how many Mainers didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then, the training, I guess.
Is that Ezekiel?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my internet, I don't know if I'm talking over people. I apologize.
Okay,
But
sorry.
I just wanted to also agree. I think there's probably going to be a lot of new Judiciary Committee members. You know, some people will have been dealing with this information forever. Some people will have absolutely no idea. So I think breaking it down to the basics would be beneficial.
And then a special emphasis on the cultural competency course and that survey that's going to be coming out maybe.
Yeah. I think the point to make about the state commissioners too, when I was listening on that, I didn't comment. These things are connected to LD 585, right? Collaboration. So I don't understand the
resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can, but.
Yeah, he was very flat, in our discussion. He showed no emotion, just very lawyer-like. Them lawyers are,
Good poker player.
right, Bob?
Newell, my machine is acting strangely too. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's really important to emphasize the work that the commission is doing on the cultural competency because the legislature got away without a fiscal note on that. And I don't know if, Jerry Reed thought it was just going to be a videotape or something, but this is not a minor undertaking. I think it shouldn't take too long to let the legislature know that we are doing the work that they've asked us to do basically without any funding and putting a lot of work from a lot of resources into it.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
And I'm sorry, and as for the appointments, I would suggest somehow soft pedaling the hard background. I mean, all these politicians are used to the polarized environment where, the Democrats don't deal with the Republicans, the Republicans don't deal with the Democrats. And although it shouldn't be like that, it's in the history. We had to dust up over the appointments last time, but you've got to have more state appointees, or it's a, what do we got here? A four-way shorthanded power play.
Yes. Yep.
I think Senator Carney was helping at one point, try to move that issue ahead, or at least to get it on their agenda, but that's before the nominations came in.
And while we're at it, there's a fellow whose name I might mention, but I'm going to forget it. It's Garrett Corliss, who is now the town manager or town director or something for Carabasset Valley. So he's like second to Lloyd Cutler, but I've talked to him. He has talked to the vice chief and the economic development director from Penobscot and their forestry manager. And he's a guy that you can deal with. He's not a, hidebound hardliner. He seems to be somebody who can represent the state position responsibly, understand the native position. He doesn't know I've mentioned his name, but he's worth bringing up.
Okay, send me that name.
Will do.
Thank you.
Bob, were you involved with the commission when I want to say Chuck Chinchet was, I think, the chair?
No.
From the Chinbro family?
No, but there have been people from time to time that you would think of as very adverse to the native interests, like Matt Manahan, who represents a bunch of the industrial antagonists in the river case. So it's by no means always been a sympathetic group.
Yeah. Same with Susan as well. Can't remember her last name now. She was with the forestry.
Yeah.
Folks.
Oh, you mean Sarah Medina?
Sarah, oh yeah, Sarah, sorry. Susan, Sarah.
I think I've got the direction I need on that for Wednesday. I think the remote participation policy, do we want to talk about that? The remote participation policy.
Have that?
Yes, it's in the back.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Didn't find it. Wait till then.
So the state law is on page 44. Packet. And then this kind of came up when I was looking at some of the pleadings in the river case. Because at one point, and I mean, Bob, you can clarify what this was. I think MITSC wanted to file an amicus brief. And there was some questioning about how did that decision come about? Did you provide notice? Was there a quorum? Things like that.
Exactly. It was brought up by Matt Manahan that it had the issue had never been noticed, and I don't know if there had ever been a quorum, but it was treated very informally.
Yeah, and so that was really kind of an uncomfortable situation, I think, to be in. So actually, a little preliminary matter is that the bill that went through about the staggered terms for the state commissioners, that is effective as of, I guess, November 23rd. So our bylaws should be amended, I think, or you should amend your bylaws to be consistent with what the law is now. So that on page 46, under C terms, under subsection 1, 2, and 3, those would be the changes that would bring it into alignment with I was calling it the terms bill. And actually, in our bylaws say that you can't amend the bylaws at the this meeting. You have to talk about it and then set it for a vote at the next meeting. So just so you know, you don't have to vote on it, but it should be on your next agenda.
So who wrote this?
I do.
Okay,
It tracks the bill.
so you're gonna change member to citizen?
Well, that's another thing is you're going to change all the bylaws.
Talked about that about 2 or 3 years ago again.
Before my time. Before my time.
Yes, but if we start doing it,
Okay.
right, it'll change itself over time.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to update them for that. And so then,
I've only got 2 years more. Come on, you.
let's see. See if I outlast you.
Hey, Rachel?
So the way the state law reads, that commissions are supposed to meet in person, but if they have a policy regarding remote participation, then they can meet remotely. And then it sets out what your remote participation policy has to contain, requirements.
So we don't have a remote.
We do not. So I went and researched a bunch of them to see what they were. And most of them actually track the language of the statute. So pretty close. And this one actually was University of Maine. It's pretty close to this. And I still think it's really flexible. So you're supposed to be physically present at the commission meetings, except when being physically present is not practicable. And so you would have permission from the chair, I believe, to not attend in person, but to appear remotely, if it's an emergency. And this is on bottom of page 47. Emergency, urgent issue or illness, temporary absence from the state of Maine, significant distance a member must travel, or impediments to travel such as inclement weather. And then this is a catch-all, other circumstances as determined by the chair. And then it goes on to say what that remote participation needs to look like. So you can have, interactive technology such as a telephone or the video conferencing platform. But when that happens, the public needs to know that there's going to be remote access. So we have to send out a notice. But it also has to provide for a method by taking public input. So this is live streamed, but only the commissioners have the Zoom. So.
Right, so the public is not able to participate.
Right, and I think they're supposed to be able to.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a way for someone to like if they had a question or whatever. I thought there was already that in place, not necessarily right here on the Zoom, but I thought there was that other. I still don't understand how it all works. I know we come on the Zoom, but there's people who are watching and stuff through another.
On the live stream.
There is a chat live stream, but it's not.
There is people participating, but they can only view, not.
Well, Elliot just made a point that Rafi's brought up before, which is there is a chat feature on YouTube. So if someone were monitoring that, like someone in this meeting, like myself, then I could be reading comments, I guess. If the public wanted to make comments. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I do think it could be complicated to have a Zoom link going out to some undetermined number of people, and then our screen is full of boxes, you know?
Well, not only that, you get Zoom bombers.
So this one says that the policy has to provide members of the public a meaningful opportunity to attend by remote means when the members of the body participate by remote means. Reasonable accommodations must be provided when necessary to provide access to individuals with disabilities. If the body allows or is required to provide an opportunity for public input during the proceeding, an effective means of communication between the members of the body and the public must be provided.
So interesting though, because people can show up in person.
Right.
Or contact, I mean, what if we put it out there that they contact us in advance if they want to be able to speak at a specific meeting?
Does the Zoom, the live feed has a chat function, but we're just not monitoring it.
Right.
You've had them send things into it during the meeting.
Well, that's Zoom.
Yeah, but yeah, so the YouTube has a live chat. If you had like a scheduled time in your agenda where it's like public input or something, and you could just pull up the chat and just do it that way.
At the end of each section, if anybody has a comment.
Yeah.
And if we don't adopt a policy,
then you're supposed to be here in person.
so we've been operating off script
Yes.
for a couple,
I don't want to say that, but
couple, 3-4 years.
it just protects the commission in the long run when you want to take, you know, if you're taking an action, you want it to be valid.
Yeah, right. So, I appreciate this. I think it's something we should look at and then come back at next meeting and
Right.
either adapt or modify.
If you want to get specific about if you use
Yes.
YouTube or live stream, and then just people enter it into the chat, and then the chat is reviewed at the end of each topic that's discussed
Mhm.
and open to public comment or somehow.
Yeah, it's just,
We'll try to figure that out. Yeah. I think, yeah.
Your understanding, just for clarification though, your understanding of the law is that if any members of the commission are participating remotely, then allowing the public to show up in person is inadequate and they need to be able to participate remotely as well.
That's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Remote participation for one is remote for all.
I see.
You and I went to a public hearing in Hamden and people were able to participate in the public hearing. And I don't know if
Interactive?
it seemed interactive. And then like when you're in Augusta during the public hearing, the clerk kind of moderates who can dial in, but maybe you get sent a Zoom link.
Yeah, I feel like for a hearing, I think you have to get sent a separate Zoom link if you think you're gonna speak
Right.
than you would if you're just
Gonna monitor.
watching and then someone's sort of running the technology and moves you in.
Yes.
Moves you out,
Right.
which is like a whole other job description during a meeting. I feel like if there's a lot of that.
And to open up a Zoom, that's like, I don't know if you've ever been Zoom bombed.
I haven't, but
Yeah, you have been?
no, I have not.
No, I have.
Yeah. Okay.
It's unpleasant.
I know tribal councils have been trying to do their meetings through Zoom, and that's the concern is popping in and out. So we'll investigate that and see what's
Yeah.
doable.
I just need some more clarification.
Yeah, sure. But it'll be a change. We've only had one person on the live stream, I guess.
It was me.
It's just Elliot.
Can you let me know, how many participated once you find out?
Mhm. You'll be able to go right on the YouTube channel and see how many views.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right now, we have one watching.
I wonder if that's accurate though, because we always have more than that. Like
Well, you're looking at it. But it depends on if they drop in and out. So like one currently watching, but if like 4 or 5 people dropped in during the live stream, At the end, it'll say you had 6 viewers.
Okay. Cause yeah, usually we have way more than one view, but
They can also watch it after you live.
yeah.
But yeah, if anybody has any questions or suggestions when they read it, the policy, the amendments or the bylaws, please let me know. Just email me. I think our next meeting is in Augusta. Your next meeting is in Augusta, March 4th, with a location to be determined.
Okay.
I think we're trying to figure out what's going on through the legislature.
Where did we meet last time? We were down there once.
University of Maine
University of Maine.
at Augusta. That wasn't bad.
No, it was all right.
That was the only campus that charged us money for the meeting room.
All right, anybody else have any questions? Comments, concerns? We have one blank screen there. I don't know what that is.
Natural Resources Council was another place. That was a possible meeting space.
But was. I don't know.
Blank spot.
Oh, I just found my pens.
Bob?
At the end of the day, they were zippered in. Oh, my friggin' word. Look at how many of them.
Adjourning.
What's that?
Anyone opposed to adjourning?
No,
Nope. We have one.
he's flipping the.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
We're adjourned, folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apteczka namiot,
Up-
danke,